Testing, 1, 2. Testing.
I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Barnett, Senator Barrett, Senator Berry, Senator Blackman, Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt, Senator Boyd, Senator Brumfield, Senator Bryan, Senator Butler, Senator Carter, Senator Chadzenall, Senator Chisholm, Senator DeBar, Senator Delano, Senator England, Senator Fillingane, Senator Frazier, Senator Harkins, Senator Hickman, Senator Hill, Senator Hobson, Senator Horn, Senator Jackson, Senator Johnson, Senator Jordan, Senator Kirby, Senator Ladner, Senator McClellan, Senator McClendon, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, Senator Norwood, Senator Parker, Senator Parks, Senator Polk, Senator Rhodes, Senator Robinson, Senator Seymour, Senator Simmons of the 12th, Senator Simmons of the 13th, Senator Sparks, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Whaley, Senator Wiggins, Senator Williams, Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you. Will the senators and guests in the gallery, hold on just a second, here we go. And Lydia, will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation to be given by Father Don Chancellor, who is the pastor of the Church of Nativity in Greenwood, Mississippi. Father Chancellor is a guest of Senator Chazanal. Following the Pledge of Allegiance will be accomplished by Senator Chazanal. Father Chancellor.
Good morning. Let us pray. Most gracious and holy God, we give thanks for this day and for the beauty of your creation. You most wonderfully created and gave that care to us. Send your Holy Spirit upon this body. Give them wisdom, compassion, knowledge, and leadership, that they may represent all of Mississippi. Make them wise and compassionate. We ask this all in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Arnold's going to take our picture. Okay.
I'm so glad to have you down. We don't get a lot of free stuff.
Let me get in there.
He looks professional. Thank you. Nice to meet you. I hope I get a chance to come back. Yeah. It'll be very good to summer.
I didn't realize y'all were so. Okay.
Yeah, well,
We're doing it right now.
okay, thank you for all the Chancellor. We appreciate you. Senator Chazanal, appreciate you. Now the reading of the journal. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Messages and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Committee reports, Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. I recognize Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay. Introduction of guests. And then we'll get to floor presentations. Introduction of guests. Senator Simmons, S.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Senator Simmons, Senator Jackson, and myself, we would like to introduce Dr. Stephen Jones of Mississippi Delta Community College, along with the Student Government Association. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, let's please give them a warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate, I'm honored today to introduce the doctor of the day, Dr. Holden Lee, Doctor of Psychiatry at the Mississippi State Hospital. His timing is perfect. We're glad to have you here today. Let's let the Senate make him welcome.
Thank you. Welcome, Doctor. Good to see you. Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, for an introduction, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, in the West and South Gallery, we have a group of young people here. I'd like to ask them to stand for, they're called BU. They are a student-led group committed to educating students about youth tobacco and vaping prevention. They're based out of Hattiesburg. Please make them welcome to the State Senate this morning.
Thank you. Senator Blunt. Senator Barrett.
Introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
In the West Gallery, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Mr. Jesse Anderson. Jesse, if you'll stand up. Jesse didn't know I was going to do this today. He is a former football great from Monticello, coached football there, had many talented teams, and thank you for being here today with us, Coach.
Thank you, Coach. Senator Frazier.
Introduction, please.
Please proceed.
I would like to send to make welcome one of our former pages who served with us recently, Brooklyn Jones. So please make Brooklyn welcome back to the Senate.
Hey, Brooklyn. Seeing no other introductions, we have several floor presentations. Hang with us. Yeah, Senator Jackson first on junior pages. Then we'll go to Senator England next. Senator Jackson, you're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we have a very fine group of pages this week. Starting with the first three, paging for me, Reginald Jackson, we have Dubari Walker from Robinsonville, Anaya Ford from Batesville, and Madison Haney from Batesville. Paging for Lieutenant Governor Delbert Holzman, we have Amari Alexander from Madison, Miller Etheridge from Madison, Ella Catherine Vittart from Madison, Anna Hartley Vittart from Madison, David Sanders from Clinton, Miller O'Neill from Greenwood, Remington Breland from Brooklyn, Ben Choate from Yazoo City, and Annabelle Jones from Richton. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a hand.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all for working this week. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request floor privileges for a presentation of SR 132. Ask for privileges for the Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College men's golf team and Coach Brad Thornton.
Privileges are granted. Sergeant at Arms, please escort a guest to chamber floor. Sit on this side.
Stay right here. Be on both sides of the well here. Mr. President, I'd also ask if any Gulf Coast senators would like to join us here at the well. And if there's any senators that are really good golfers that also want to join us. I don't see anybody moving. Okay. Oh, we've got... That was an honesty test, Mr. President.
All right.
I've never knew Jason Barrett was a golfer, but here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the privilege here today to have the 2024 Men's Junior College Association Division II National Champion Golf Team here with us this morning, along with Coach Brad Thornton. I'm not much of a golfer, even though a lot of you probably think I'm good because I can lie with a straight face. But these guys are outstanding golfers. I had a chance to visit with them this morning. They're also a group of very well-mannered, confident young men, and I can't say how proud it makes me that this group with Coach Thornton was able to represent the state of Mississippi on a national level and come back champions. That's such a great thing. So ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you the Senate, the 2024 National Junior College Association Division II Men's Golf National Championship Team. And Mr. President, I would request to have the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, read the title.
Senate Resolution Number 132, a resolution commending and congratulating the Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College Men's Golf Team and National Coach of the Year, Brad Thornton, for winning the National Junior College Athletic Association Division II Men's Golf Championship. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College Men's Golf Team and Coach Brad Thornton upon winning the National Junior College Athletic Association Division II Championship and extend to them our heartfelt wishes of success in all their future endeavors. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College President Dr. Mary S. Graham, Vice President Dr. Ladd Taylor, Dean of Athletics Stephen Campbell Jr., Coach Brad Thornton, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. President, on behalf of our senators from the Gulf Coast, as well as Dr. Mary Graham, who I'm happy to have here with us today, I would request for privileges for the 2024 Dave Williams Coach of the Year, Coach Brad Thornton, to address the Mississippi State Senate.
Coach, you're recognized to address the Mississippi Senate.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you all for being here this morning. I know it's a hectic week for you all. It's a huge honor to be here. I could not be more grateful to be in front of you today. I could not be more thankful for our current players, some of our former players, for making the trip up to gain this recognition. I want to thank my administration for following us up here as well. We could not make this, none of this would be possible without complete support from the top down. We look forward to hopefully being back next year, currently ranked number 1 in the country and trying to go back to back. So I want to go ahead and put that on the table, hopefully to see you guys soon. You know, as a history teacher, as a person that went to school at Mississippi Gulf Coast and then continued my education and playing career at Delta State, the state of Mississippi means a lot to me. And the support that you guys offer day in and day out to our education department means a lot to our athletics, and you guys are responsible for setting these young men up to be successful beyond their career here at Mississippi Gulf Coast. So thank you so much. Thank you for this honor, and best of luck to you guys the rest of the year.
Thank you so much. Hey, good luck at state. That's great. Thank you, Mr. President, and good luck to these Bulldogs as they try to bring it back home this year.
Thank y'all, and congratulations.
Preparing for the next coaches meeting next fall. Thank you. You did good. Good.
Okay, thank you. Senator Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request floor privileges for Senate Resolution 44, which would be Brookhaven Academy fast pitch softball team.
Privileges are granted. Will the Sergeant at Arms please show our guests to the chamber floor?
A large team. That's good. I told them it was going to be 25. Hey, look over there, please. Look over there. You got everybody? Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is Brookhaven Academy fast pitch softball team, and we are honoring them today for winning their state championship this past year for 2024. I would be remiss if I did not say this is the third state championship in 4 years in what is, without question, the toughest division in high school softball. And I will add, in the year that we did not win the state championship, we played for it. So, again, I would just like to say that these girls play hard. Many of these girls have signed college scholarships. Some have gone on to play at Mississippi State. Some players in the past have gone on to play at University of Southern Mississippi. And we have girls on this team that are going to Colin in Wesson. We have girls on this team that are going to Pearl River Community College. And at this time, Mr. President, I would ask that the title be read.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Will you read it, Mr. Croak?
Senate Resolution Number 44, a resolution commending and congratulating the Brookhaven Academy Cougars girls fast pitch softball team and Coach Lisa Covington for sweeping rival Park Lane for the 2024 MAIS 5A girls fast pitch softball title. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Brookhaven Academy Cougars girls fast pitch softball team and Coach Lisa Covington for sweeping rival Park Lane for the 2024 MAIS 5A girls fast pitch softball title and extend to the team, coaches, faculty, parents, and sponsors our best wishes for future championships. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to head coach Lisa Covington for the team, forwarded to Brookhaven Academy head of school Jason Case and the Board of Trustees, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank y'all for that applause. They certainly deserve it. In the past, they have sat up in the gallery, and we've honored them from the floor to the gallery. Having won their third in 4 years, I thought that was worthy for sure of coming on the floor and being honored by you. With that being said, Mr. President, I ask for permission for Coach Lisa Covington to address the Mississippi Senate.
Coach Covington, you're recognized to address the Senate.
Thank you so much to Senator Barrett for having us. Thank you so much for inviting us, and it is quite an honor to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Right, y'all need to get closer together, ladies, so they can get a good picture here in front. Come on, everybody get in the picture, or nobody will believe you did this. Come on, tighten up, ladies. All right.
Oh gosh, I'm going to be in the middle.
Congratulations, ladies, and we appreciate y'all.
Daddy beat me with my bag.
Okay, Senator Whaley. You recognize Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask floor permission for the Ingomar ladies volleyball team.
Privilege are granted. Sergeant at Arms, please escort our guests to the chamber floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we please read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
Senate Resolution Number 101, a resolution commending and congratulating the Ingomar High School Lady Falcons girls volleyball team and head coach Andy Wilbanks for their Class 2A 2024-2025 championship season. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Ingomar High School Lady Falcons girls volleyball team and head coach Andy Wilbanks for their Class 2A 2024-2025 championship season and extend to the team, coaches, parents, and sponsors our best wishes for future success. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to head coach Andy Wilbanks, forwarded to Ingomar Principal Robin Denton and the Union County Board of Education, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Thank you, Mr. President. With us today, we have the Ingomar Lady Falcons volleyball team. This is a group of young ladies who are absolutely dedicated in their pursuit of greatness on the volleyball court. 3-time state championships, 3 times in a row. These girls continue to work hard every day, and I don't expect that trend to stop anytime soon. Mr. President, I'd like to recognize Coach Wilbanks to address the Senate.
Coach Wilbanks, you're recognized to address the Mississippi Senate.
On behalf of Ingomar Volleyball, I'd just like to say thank you for inviting us today. Thank you to Senator Whaley for inviting us to this tremendous day. What a huge honor for Ingomar and our Ingomar volleyball team. These young ladies, day in and day out, extreme work ethic, attitude. Just can't say enough about these young ladies and what they've accomplished, and we look forward to continuing that pattern of success. Thank you.
Let's kind of scoot a little bit, and y'all come around here.
On the back side, make sure everybody can see her so we get a good picture. Everybody make sure you can see. Y'all let the little ones up front. There'll still be tall ones. There you go. Congratulations, ladies. Very proud. The three-peat.
Girls who are not on the basketball team. Okay. girls that are on the basketball team, y'all stay, okay? Mr. President, I'd ask for floor privileges for the Ingomar Lady Falcons basketball team.
Seeing no objection, floor privileges are granted. Sergeant at Arms, please show them to the floor. Hi. Man, they're going to have to build a new showcase up there.
Mr. President, could we please read the resolution?
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 102, a resolution commending and congratulating the Ingomar High School Lady Falcons girls basketball team and head coach Trent Adair for their third straight Class 2A state championship and fourth in the last 5 years. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Ingomar High School Lady Falcons girls basketball team and head coach Trent Adair for their third straight Class 2A state championship and fourth in the last 5 years, and extend to the team, coaches, parents, and sponsors our best wishes for future championships. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to head coach Trent Adair for the team, forwarded to Ingomar Principal Robin Denton and the Union County Board of Education, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Thank you, Mr. President. What an honor it is to have this group of Lady Falcons here with us today. If you are from North Mississippi, you are no stranger to what Ingomar basketball is. And if you're from anywhere in Mississippi, you've probably heard of them, and you didn't want to schedule them if you were an opposing coach, probably. This group of young ladies, year in, year out, strive to be the best. They show that with 3 state championships in a row and 4 out of the 5. And I think if they'd had maybe 10 more seconds, they might have had that 4th out of that bunch. But just a heck of a group of young ladies. And with that, I'd like to present this resolution.
Ladies, you all need to get up a little bit. If you're second row, come in behind. And the shorter ladies in the front, so everybody gets seen. Come on around some, y'all, so make sure everybody gets in the picture.
And Mr. President, could I recognize Head Coach Trent Adair to address the Senate, please?
You recognize Coach Adair.
Thank you for having us here, and thank you to Senator Whaley for inviting us. It's a tremendous honor to be here. I think it's the first time I've been in the building, so it's been a privilege to me to see it. Proud of these girls, and quite the impressive accomplishment of winning 3 titles in a row. And like I said, and being an advocate of our program, I've been a part of several of them. That's 7 and 10 years too for our program. So we're tremendously proud of our basketball program. We're proud for our community, proud for our faculty and staff and everybody that invests in our program. And again, once again, thank you on behalf of our team. Thank you for having us here today. Thank you very much.
One more. Mr. President, could we please read the title to the last resolution?
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Resolution Number 115, a resolution recognizing the legendary legacy of Ingomar High School award-winning sports star Macy Pfeiffer. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby recognize the legendary legacy of Ingomar High School award-winning sports star Macy Pfeiffer and extend to Macy and her family our best wishes for future success at the college level. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Macy Pfeiffer, forwarded to Ingomar High School Principal Robin Denton, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, a big part of the 2 teams that you have seen before you today is a young lady by the name of Macy Pfeiffer, a name that resonates throughout the state in athletics, amazing achievements that she has gone on to do. 3,519 career points. I think that speaks for itself. Multiple-time Mississippi Basketball Player of the Year, Gatorade Basketball Player of the Year. She's going to graduate from Ingomar, and she's going to commit to Middle Tennessee State, I believe. I'm going to go to continue to play basketball there, so we're very proud of that fact. And Mr. President, I'd ask if we could recognize Ms. Macy Pfeiffer to address the Senate, please.
Ms. Pfeiffer, you're recognized to address the Senate, ma'am.
Thank you all for having us, and it's an honor to be from Ingomar, and I'm blessed to be surrounded by all these girls. They're truly just amazing, and I'm so blessed. I wouldn't be in this position without them, so yes, thank you guys so much, and thank you all so much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whaley. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Mason. Good to see you. Congratulations. It's an outstanding high school record. Okay. Let's go to the calendar, please. Go to the calendar, please. Rules Committee, Senator Kirby, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules, take up the rules calendar items 1 through 21 in block.
1 through 21 in block. Well, one moment, please. Everyone look. 1 through 21. Okay.
Ask the titles be read, Mr. President.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Concurrent Resolution 65, Phi Theta Kappa 2025, All Mississippi Academic Team commend.
Make the usual motion, Mr.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, we need to approve taking them in block now, Senator Kirby.
Okay.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, Senator, we're ready to read the titles. Mr. Clerk?
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 543, celebrate 4th anniversary of CASA of Southeast Mississippi and declare April 2025 as Child Abuse Awareness Month. Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 544, extend condolences on the passing of talk radio icon Paul Gallo and paying tribute to his public contributions. Senate Resolution Number 126, commend Lake Cormorant High School Lady Gators volleyball team for three-peat Class 6A state championship. Senate Resolution Number 128, W.H. Lanier Junior Senior High School Recognized 100th Anniversary Celebration. Senate Resolution Number 129, remembering the legendary NBA basketball career of Slick Watts from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, and extending condolences. Senate Resolution Number 130, recognize JSU Athletic Director Ashley Robinson as National Athletic Director of the Year. Senate Resolution Number 132, commend MGCCC Men's Golf Team. Senate Resolution Number 133, commend volunteer services provided by veteran support nonprofit group Boots to Beyond, Inc. Senate Resolution Number 134, commend East Rankin Academy shooting sports team for winning 6 consecutive MSSP state titles. Senate Resolution Number 135, commend East Rankin Academy Patriot boys soccer team for first ever MAIS Division II state championship. Senate Resolution Number 136, commend East Rankin Academy Patriots girls basketball team for winning the MAIS 5A state championship. Senate Resolution Number 137, commend 2024 East Rankin Academy girls cross country team for winning 4th consecutive MAIS 5A state championship. Senate Resolution Number 138, salute gallant service of World War II veteran John Wesley Henry on his 105th birthday. Senate Resolution Number 139, commend National Award-winning Oxford High School tennis coach Lewis Nash on the occasion of his retirement. Senate Resolution Number 140, recognize WLBT newscaster Howard Ballou upon his receipt of the MAB Television Lifetime Achievement Award. Senate Resolution Number 141, commend Hernando High School junior guard Fran Kelly as Gatorade Mississippi Girls Basketball Player of the Year. Senate Resolution Number 142, commend career of Jim Ellis upon his retirement as the Mississippi State University baseball announcer. Senate Resolution Number 143, mourn the passing of Huey P. Williams, beloved lead singer of gospel quartet the Jackson Southerners. Senate Resolution Number 144, commend Jackson Prep Lady Patriots for winning back-to-back MAIS 6A state championship. Senate Resolution 145, commend Jackson Prep boys basketball team for winning MAIS overall state championship.
Thank you. Usual motion, Mr. President.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, as you can see, these are all commending resolutions, very well deserved. If there are no questions, Mr. President, I ask for the use of morning roll call for final
Questions on the resolutions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Cause voting no. Present? Seeing none, passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Kirby. Local and private, Senator Parks. Senator Parks. Local and private. In conference. Oh, all right, Senator. Be quicker, be quicker. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 22 and 23 on today's calendar and ask that they retain their place. Go to item 24, call it up, and have the title read.
24, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1997, City of Vicksburg, revised definition of restaurant under Vicksburg Economic Recreation and Tourism Tax and extend repeal on tax.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. What we have here for the City of Vicksburg, this is revising and amending the prepared food tax to where it does not include nonprofit veteran organizations such as Veterans of Foreign Wars, VFWs, American Legions, Tenderford American Legion Post Number 3, American Legion Post 3, and the Army Navy clubs, as well as extending the repealer to July 1st of 2029, and that is an explanation of the bill.
Questions? Senator Hill. For what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed.
In the short title, it says to levy an additional sales tax. So are we adding a tax or just extending a repealer?
So what we are doing here, let me get back to this was a previous local and private that authorized the tax. Of course, they had to have an election. But within that, it included VFWs, American Legions. So we're going in and we're amending that and taking those organizations out from under this.
Yeah, I understand that part.
And then we're extending the repealer.
So there's no new tax. It's
No,
just
ma'am.
extend.
No
Okay.
new tax.
Thank you.
We're actually eliminating a tax on this.
Okay. Senator Chisholm. For what purpose, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. President. At the proper time, I would like to suspend the rules and introduce the resolution out of order and speak.
Okay, we need to finish this first, ma'am. All right, anything else on the bill that was on the floor? Anything else on the bill on the floor?
Move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to that procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, it passes. Senator Chisholm, you've requested to present a resolution. We do that by unanimous consent. Would you please bring the resolution to the Secretary's desk? Okay, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Call upon the Supreme Court of the United States to reverse Obergefell relating to marriage.
Okay. Is there any objection to the introduction of this resolution? Any other objection? Okay, this is defeated, ma'am. We'll go on to the calendar. Let's see, we were on Senator Whaley. We go back to the campaign. 1 second, please. Let me get my stuff together here. Hold on. Senator Kirby, for what purpose, ma'am?
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Senator Harkins, Rhodes, and myself, we're honored today to have in the South Gallery and the West Gallery Brandon High School Choir. They have both the pop and a cappella show choir groups here, and they'll be performing here at 11:45 today. If they're standing, if you would, let's let their Senate make them welcome.
Thank you for coming. Look forward to hearing you at 11:30 today. Thank you very much for being with us. Okay, we need to get back on the calendar, y'all. We've got work to do here. Senator Harkins, pass and retain. Oh, I'm sorry, here he is right now. Senator Harkins, you're up. 25, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 25 on today's calendar, House Bill 1341, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1341, Mississippi Healthcare Industry Zone Act, extend repeal on act and related tax incentives.
Like to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain the conference report, Senator.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a conference report that extends the repealer on the Mississippi Healthcare Industry Zone Act to 2026. There's several instances in the bill where the repealer is extended to that date. We had talked about this in committee, and we are going to look at it over the off season to determine kind of how the tax credit's been utilized and see what the maybe if there's a better way to going forward on this tax credit. So that is the explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to conference report. I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none.
If there are no further questions, I would move passage of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present? Oop. No. Blunt. Present? No. Chisholm. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Simmons present. D. Simmons present. Anyone else? Bill passed by use of morning roll call. 2 no votes, 1 present. 26er.
Yes, I'd like to skip item 26 and have it retain its place on the calendar. Go to item 27, Senate Bill 2143, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. 26 retains its place on the calendar.
Local option alcoholic beverage control law, revised definition of qualified resort area.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized, Senator, to explain the conference report.
This is revises the definition of qualified resort area and local option alcohol beverage control law to modify the boundaries of a couple of existing resort areas and to add several others. Item 15 expands the area near Mississippi State University but outside Starkville. Item 82 is a clubhouse in Philadelphia Country Club. We added last year that was amending it to make the resort area the whole country club property, not just the clubhouse. Adds resorts area in Pontotoc Country Club. And there's item 94 is a plot of land in the southwest corner of Rankin County. Is also item 95 in the city of Poplarville. Item 96 is in the town of Matheson, and 97 is a request by the city of Houston to add Tab House, a historical landmark being restored as an event center. That is the explanation of the conference report. I'd be happy to yield for any questions. If there are none, I move final adoption on of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none. Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Opposed voting no. Frazier, no. Norwood, no. Parker, no. Tate, no. Seymour, No. Brumfield, present. Chisholm, no. Hill, present. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. Noes and presents noted, Mr. Clerk. 28.
I'd like to go to item 28 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2802, Municipal and County Fire Funds, increased funds transferred to by DOR from the collection of certain taxes.
I'd like to recognize Senator Parker to explain the conference
Senator
report.
Parker, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you remember last year, we talked about the fact that our fire trucks and our fire services across the state are in need of some more money and more funding. We worked this session on 2 bits of legislation, one regarding funding, another regarding reallocation of the RIF-TAP program. And I'm disappointed to say the RIF-TAP language, we weren't able to get to the finish line. We were very close. I want to thank Chairman Hobson and Representative Clay DeWeese in particular for the work on that. I think we can get some reallocation of that next year. But what you have in front of you here is a reallocation of some of the existing funds to try to get more money into the fire truck program. So what this bill will do, 2802, will adjust the non-admitted policy fee. This will increase the amount of funding allocated to municipal and county fire services through this fee. It maintains a 3% non-admitted policy fee on premiums for surplus lines of insurance. It continues to exempt residential earthquake and flood insurance. The new distribution percentages on this, beginning July 1 of 2025, will be that 40% of the funds that are not diversions to the First Responders Fund and the Windstorm Association, the first 40% will go to the Rural Fire Truck Fund, RIF-TAP, 30% then will go to the Municipal Fire Protection Fund, and 30% to the Volunteer County Fire Department Fund. In looking at dollars, I think this will result in about a $4 million increase per year into the fire truck fund at implementation. The dollars can be used for fire training and equipment, compliance, and other things in addition to the typical truck funds. But I think this is a positive step forward. And again, thank the people who are working to get this needed situation addressed. Yield for questions.
Okay. Senator Delano, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Will
President.
you yield, Senator Parker?
Certainly.
Senator Parker, you mentioned something about the wind pool or the Mississippi Windstorm Underwriters Association. Could you repeat what you had said about that with respect to the surplus lines tax?
Yeah, so right now, what we would kind of see happen is the bottom line, there would be essentially out of that non-admitted policy fund, there would end up being about an extra $4 million a year that goes to the fire truck fund.
Okay, but are you changing the percentage of diversion that goes to the wind pool?
I don't know if the word diversion is the correct word.
How's it?
Okay. So it changes the cap to 12 from to 12 million instead of 60% of the non-admitted policy fund.
All right. So instead of having it as a percentage, you just left it as a straight line cap of 12 million?
Yes.
Okay. And just for Coast delegation's purposes, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that number has historically been right around that number that has been diverted to the wind pools. Do you know anything about that on the history of it? Can you confirm that for me?
Yeah, and I can get you the firm numbers on that, but yes, that is historically, a similar number.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hill?
Question.
Question, Senator Parker?
Sure.
Senator Hill's recognized.
So this is talking about how much money is transferred from the DOR to municipal and county fire funds. So it's actually increasing the amount of funds?
Yes.
So what would be decrease? Who would get a decrease Would it decrease any other transfer?
I think the decrease is coming out of non-admitted policy fund.
Okay. I just wondered, like, if it's moving more to this fund, would it decrease some other fund?
Well, it's moving more into the three that I mentioned here, the rural fire, municipal, and county volunteer fund. I guess, net, if any, would be out of the non-admitted policy fund.
Non-admitted policy fund?
Yeah, that's a portion of premiums that come out of kind of higher risk,
Yeah.
So insurance lines.
Where does that money go now? The non-admitted policy fund?
The majority, I think, just goes strictly into the wind pool.
The wind pool?
Right.
So we might be reducing the wind pool to move it into municipal fire.
I think it's just reallocating it and making it clear that this particular amount is going to go to fire trucks. Because one challenge that we've had on this is that, I'll go back to like the RIF-TAP language right now. When we first put the rural fire truck acquisition program into place, the initial rounding of that was $50,000 per truck. We now, over years, have maxed that up to $90,000. Right. But when we're seeing now trucks that are costing $400,000 or $500,000 at the least,
$1 million
at the very
for a ladder
lowest,
truck.
we're trying to get a handle on that. And that's one thing that's not in this bill, but one thing we're working on in 1567 is how can we get more competitive bids on the trucks? Because we do see instances across the state where, one rural fire association is maybe buying the same truck as another, but maybe paying $100,000 difference in it. So we're trying to find not only, more money to put in the program, but more accountability and oversight so that we can get competitive bids and maybe a fee schedule that in the end will increase will decrease the fire ratings of districts, which then in turn would decrease policy fees and increase safety for people across the state.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Senator Thompson, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator?
Certainly.
Senator Thompson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding. Do you have any actuarial accounting or have any actuarial work done to see how this change in the non-admitted carrier fee would affect the insurance and reassurance premiums in the wind pool?
I don't have it in front of me, but like I was telling Senator Hill, the kind of the long-term goal on all of this, whether we're talking wind pool or whether we're talking the fire, trying to decrease the fire ratings of districts, is to bring our premiums down. Because I think people on the coast, I think people in smaller districts that haven't had fire trucks in a long time, we're all being affected from different reasons because of the services and premium increases that result from that. So I think this type of legislation has the impact of, across the board, hoping to create an environment where we're lowering premiums and, helping, everyone across the state.
I understand. I appreciate that. And I had a question earlier this session, and I don't think I ever got an answer on whether or not there is any evidence that the rural fire truck program is actually increasing fire ratings throughout the state. Have you seen any evidence that that program is working?
I haven't. To give you a little idea of what we were working on, and again, I wish we'd been able to get this bill finalized, but in the RIF-TAP, what we were looking at trying to do is only providing to the rural communities that have a fire rating of 7 or above, and then within that setting up a little commission where we had specific people on there who would identify within the rural districts the ones who have that greatest need, or in particular, one of the little qualifiers I had in the language that I have sitting on my desk was that we would allocate the need for a truck based on the ability to actually reduce the fire rating in that area as a criteria for it. Because I think the system has gone haywire because we have a number of counties that are 11 rounds behind in the RIF-TAP program, and they just don't have the money to put in there, and they continue to get worse and worse fire ratings over time. And so, again, we weren't able to get that together. I will say this about the language we had in there. I talked to Chairman Hobson about this last evening too. Even with implementation of that, we were hoping to start the new RIF-TAP allocation in 2028 because we have a lot of people who've already applied for trucks across the state,
if you're already in that process, we don't want someone to miss out of something they've already been planning for and working for. So I think putting that part in next year after kind of reallocating some of the funding structure is still fine, and I think we can get that maybe a little bit better than what we had as a working draft.
Okay, yeah, that's something that I was curious about, because I hear about the rural fire truck program, and I want to do everything we can to increase fire ratings to reduce premiums, but I would not want to do it as a detriment to the underwriting efforts at Winpool, and the underwriting efforts at Winpool is my concern. But
Right.
how much do you expect, or how much does DOR estimate going into the rural fire truck program beyond the $12 million that's capped going into Winpool?
So with this new legislation, it'll be capped at the 12, and so.
Going to Winpool.
Right.
And then
So
beyond
from-
the 12, how much
So
do you
you have,
estimate going to rural
we
fire?
actually have, there's another 500,000 that comes in for a health and safety program, but what it's looking like with the 40-30-30 that I described, of that 6.4 million will be going to the rural fire, 4.8 will be going to the municipal, and 4.08 will be going to the county of that 12 pool that we're talking about there.
But
with this legislation.
But at least 12 million will be going into Winpool.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Seeing no further questions, move adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call.
This morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Wish to be recorded as voting no? No. No. Thompson. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present. Present. Seeing none, passed by use of morning roll call. One no vote. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 29 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2851, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2851, alcoholic beverages allow persons to bring under premises with on-premises retailers permitted in certain qualified resorts.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized, Senator. Explain the conference report.
All right, this is a conference report is basically a bill that we passed out that gave the permittee that had a on-site liquor permit to be able to sell and also allow people to bring alcoholic beverages to a site. This is only for it was created on IHL owned properties. It was basically limited to IHL properties where you had game day events where they would sell alcohol, or you could bring it and have it in your locker. This just gives them the permit to do both. There's also conforming language in here with the bill that had passed earlier in the session that had already been signed by the governor. So there's just some conforming language as it relates to that. There's also some languages that we DOR let us know that there was some issue, not an issue, but just a kind of a better way to do some of the fulfillment provider permits for wine shipment, and said to ask to go to one permit for both entities. And so it does provide a single fulfillment provider permit for shipping wine. And then it also changed it from a criminal penalty on the shipment of wine if somebody's caught in the act of illegally doing it to a civil penalty. So that's the explanation of the conference report. Be happy to yield for any questions. If there are none, move adoption on the morning roll call.
Seeing no question,
of
the use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Mr. Recorder's voting no. Present. Seymour? No. Seymour? No. Chisholm? No. Frazier? No. Norwood? No. Jordan? No. Tate? No. Brumfield? No. Parker? No. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Seeing no present, bill passed by use of morning roll call. Noes noted. Thank you, Senator. We're on 30.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 30, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3258, Washington County, extend the repeal date on the Washington County Convention and Visitors Committee and Tourism Tax.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Simmons to explain the conference report.
Senator Simmons, you're recognized to explain the conference report on Washington County.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senators, this is the exact same bill that the Senate passed earlier in the session. We are only extending the repealer on our motel and hotel tax. That's the only thing the bill does. I yield to any questions.
Questions? Questions on the bill?
If not, Mr. President, I ask for adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Court is voting no. Present? No. Chisholm? Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. We go now. Thank you all, Senate. We'll now go to the general bills. Start with Senator Hobson. Senator Hobson. We're on 34. Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 31, have the title read.
Sorry, 31, you're correct. 31, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1126, budget process, bring forward sections relating to and provide for transfer of funds.
My motion is that we recommit for further conference.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you. I ask to go to item 32, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1127, ARPA funds program, bring forward sections of.
My motion is that we recommit for further conference.
Recommit for further conference. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you. I ask that we go to item 33 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1131, 2024, local improvements project fund, clarifying correct names and purposes of certain.
Mr. President, my motion is going to be that we adopt the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we have been over all of these corrections with the exception of one or two, but I'll just go back over them again. The corrections that we made on last year's project bill. One was for Jackson State. They had $7 million last year for construction of the residence halls. We also included the words furnishing and equipping and or purchase of new residence halls. As it relates to the Department of Public Safety and the Milota, that's our law enforcement training academy. We've got $2.25 million that we allocated and appropriated last year. We changed the language where they had planning and construction and furnishing. We put pre-planning and design of a campus and prefabricated building for the range. With respect to Oktibbeha County, there was $50,000 associated with the purchase and repair of patrol cars for the Sheriff's Department. Last year, we had a project between Neshoba County General Hospital and East Mississippi Community College. We have, at the request of all parties involved, switched that. East Central Community College was deleted from the bill and MUW inserted, as they will collaborate with Neshoba County General Hospital for that project there with allied health facilities and training. Also, we had money going to Pike County for the Richards Community Center, $50,000. Pike County has sent a letter that they wish for us to send that directly to the Richards Community Center, so we've made that change. Last year, there was a project for the city of Richland for a walkover pedestrian crossover, and that was $500,000. They determined that that was well short of the money needed, and so they're going to be looking at maybe when we get back to the budget process to see if there's any way to get those dollars allocated for a different project there. We sent money to Utica, Mississippi last year for the Water Association, and many of you have seen the news. The Reedtown Water Associations have problems there, so instead of sending it to the town of Utica, we're sending it directly to Reedtown Water Association to pay for the pipe installation and replacement. With Guntown, there was a proposal last year for a fire truck, and we also included the language this year for the rescue truck and repairs and maintenance of existing fire trucks and for fire equipment. That was a $350,000 appropriation. With respect to Pearlington Water and Sewer District, this was in connection with the Oak Harbor Water Distribution Center in Pearlington and that is for $500,000. Last year, there was a project in Marshall County along Quality Drive in North Marshall County that was $300. That's another one, like the Richland project, that they would need to come back and take a look at some other project they may want to utilize the funds for. Montgomery County had in there costs associated with paving Robinson-Thompson Road, and they've requested that be for other, in addition to that road, for other paving projects in the county. That's $1.2 million. Hancock County Sheriff's Department was provided $50,000 for costs associated with a vehicle for the police department in Diamond Head, and since they don't oversee this, the city of Diamond Head, those funds would be sent instead directly to Diamond Head. Also, Diamond Head, $20,000 was to be sent directly to the Diamond Head Fire District, which is a separate entity from the city. Hancock County Fire Service last year there was $20,000 that was mistakenly sent to the Harrison County Fire Service for the Fenton Volunteer Fire Department, and that's in Hancock County and not Harrison County. There was $250,000 last year sent to Walter Anderson Museum of Art. This would allow for the repairs and renovations and for their expanded museum campus. That's $250,000. And finally, as it relates to the town of Sugar Lock, $50,000 for costs associated with rebuilding Connor Road from flooding washout, and that was sent directly to the town. The town is, the road's not located in the town, therefore we're going to send that to Knoxville County instead. I'll yield for questions.
Are there any questions? See no questions, Senator.
My motion is to adopt the conference report.
Motion is to adopt the conference report. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Conference report is
Thank you,
adopted.
Mr. President. Next, we'd go to item 34 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2146, State Budget, bring forward code sections related to and provide for transfers.
Senator Hobson.
My motion is that we recommit for further study.
Motion is to recommit further study. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill's been recommitted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I ask that we go to item 35 on the calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2730, Mississippi Burn Care Fund, provide that SBH shall equitably divide funds among all certified health centers.
Senator Hobson.
My motion is that we adopt the conference report and ask that you recognize Senator DeBar to explain.
Senator DeBar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. 2730 involves the Burn Center Fund. And so if it's the same bill that we passed earlier in the session, all Senate language. The House receded from their amendments. The House sent it back to us, adding a car tag fee. If you recall, the Burn Care Fund is a fund set up to pay for uncompensated care regarding burn injuries. The previous language just allowed for University of Mississippi Medical Center to receive funds under the fund. However, other hospitals are providing care and do have uncompensated care or because of that fact. So what we did, if you recall, we added Baptist Medical Center, Region 1 up in Memphis, and South Alabama down in Mobile to the fund. The Department Board of Health will disperse monies to each of the 4 hospitals to help pay for their uncompensated care. And that's an explanation of the conference report. I yield for questions, Mr. President.
See no questions, Senator.
Move for adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present. By use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is adopted. Senator Hobson.
Ask we go to item 36 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2840, State Budget Process, revised provisions related to and transfer certain funds.
My motion is that we recommit for further conference.
Seeing no questions, the Senator moves to recommit for further conference. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. The conference report's been recommitted. Go to item 37. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 37 and ask the title to be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 293, congressional primary exchange time for holding in years without presidential election.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is that we do adopt the conference report, and I'd like to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill that will change the primaries for our U.S. congressmen. We had just a few changes that I'll go over. We've passed this twice already, but a few changes came out of committee. One, we changed the word congressman to read representatives in the Congress of the United States, just to, I think that more accurately reflects our current Congress. Again, we're moving the primaries to March for every year for our U.S. congressmen. All four of our congressmen have noted that they're okay with this change and honestly prefer this change. Another change that we had, the deadline moved back to December 1st, or the qualifying begins on December 1st. We moved the deadline for qualifying back to accommodate that change as well, only for those races. That's what the conference report does. I'm happy to answer any questions.
See no questions, Senator. Motion?
Mr. President, I believe we do have a question.
We do have one. Senator Turner?
I have a question, Mr. President.
Question, you yield?
I do yield, certainly.
Senator Turner?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. What was the deadline changed to for qualifying? You said moved it back. But
It's already in code. So the qualifying begins on December 1st. Since we moved it to March, we moved that back 30 days. And so whatever the deadline was moved back to also reflect that time period.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Senator Turner Ford.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
I have a question, Mr.
You yield?
I certainly do.
Senator Jordan.
What is the advantage? Why are we doing this?
Senator Jordan, we were, our Congress people, all four from the four congressional districts, were concerned that when they run in March on presidential election years and then run in June and non-presidential years, it was just getting confusing, so they wanted to move it all to the exact same time for each year, just so everyone knows that that's your congressional primary in March of every year, of every 2 years now.
So this would be based on presidential years, so everybody would be consistent running for a national office.
So currently, yes. So when we have the primaries in March on presidential years, that's because our Mississippi primaries take place in March on those presidential years. On non-presidential years, our congressmen were having to run their primaries in June. But this moves that June back to March so that now we know every 2 years in March is our primary.
Okay. All four our congressmen agree with this?
I have confirmed that all four are okay with this change, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Jordan.
Okay, no further questions, Senator?
Yes, my motion is that we adopt the conference report.
Move by use of morning roll call?
Yes, by use of the morning roll call.
Motion is to adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is adopted. Go to item 38. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 38, called up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 602, crawfish and seafood, provide country of origin labeling requirements for.
Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Has to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our new seafood labeling bill. It basically requires two things. Number one, restaurants, retailers, wholesalers are going to have to identify the product as either domestic or import, and we'll have to label and we'll have to indicate that on their menus or on a placard somewhere inside of the restaurant so that you know whether or not you're eating domestic or imported seafood. The second part of the bill, this was the Senate position originally on this, is to establish a study committee this summer so that we can make a concerted effort to try to coordinate our labeling law with a seafood marketing effort so that we can try to do something to help not only consumers and to help make sure that they know what they're getting, but also to try to help our local fisheries and our local fishermen. That's a brief explanation of the conference report. I'm happy to answer any questions. If there are none, I move for adoption on the morning roll call.
Senator, I see no questions. Senator moves that we adopt by use of morning roll call. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference reports adopted. Go to item 39, Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
Please read title.
House Bill 809, Students of Active Duty Service Members and Civilian Personnel clarifying active duty status for purpose of school enrollment and transfers.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is we do adopt the conference report, and I be recognized to explain.
You are recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This conference report deals with our school choice bill for military members. If you recall, last year we passed a bill regarding that, and there was still some confusion over it. We brought this language up this year and passed it out of the Senate. The House amended it, but since then the House agreed to adopt the Senate language. The Senate language is as follows. Basically, if you're an active duty military member and you've moved to Mississippi, or in Mississippi you have kids, you can go to any school district of your choosing, as well as if you're in a National Guard or Reserve serving on active Guard Reserve orders, basically, which for at least 180 days, consecutive days, then you are considered or allowed to have the ability to select the school or school district of your choosing. So that clarifies the AG opinion as well as the legislation we did last year. I'll yield for any questions, Mr. President.
See no questions, Senator.
Move for adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggested use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is adopted. We'll go to item 40, Senator England. We'll pass and retain item 40. 41, Senator Bryan.
I go to item 41 and ask that the title be read.
Please read title.
House Bill 856, Pharmacy Practice Act, extend, repeal, or aye.
I move we adopt the conference report.
Senator moves that we adopt the conference report.
Mr. President, this is the bill which allows the Board of Pharmacy to continue after July the 1st. Largely, the changes are technical. There's some changes relating to the subpoenas and procedure along those lines. The major concern about the legislation was a provision to allow the board to regulate pharmacy services administrative organizations, which is, as I understand it, an entity that tries to help people deal with PBMs. And there was some concern, I think greatly overwrought, that somehow through some way this would have some impact on the 340B drug program. The conference report includes a language that was asked by the people who I consider to be overwrought, which makes clear that it has nothing to do with the 340B drug program. So that being said, if there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
See no questions, Senator. So the senator suggests the use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bryan. Senator Fillingane, item 42.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's go to the item called up and have the title read.
Please read title.
House Bill 861, Sexual Offense, provide immunity for reporting.
Senator Fillingane.
The motion is going to be that we do adopt the conference report, and if you'll recognize Senator Hill to explain the bill, please.
Senator Hill, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this does is goes back to the original Senate language that we passed through here a couple of times. It just basically says that if someone reports a sexual offense and remains on scene and there are drugs or alcohol involved, as long as that person is in good faith reporting a sexual abuse report, that they can't be prosecuted for the drugs or the alcohol.
Okay, Senator.
We
do have a question. Senator
Okay.
Jordan, for what purpose?
I need a little more detail explaining. I don't understand.
Do you yield, Senator Jordan?
Yes, of course.
Senator Jordan.
Repeat what you have just.
Okay. Basically, if you look at lines 113, it says, any person who in good faith seeks medical assistance for or reports a sexual offense shall not be arrested, charged, or prosecuted for a drug violation if there's evidence the person was under the influence of a controlled substance or in possession of a controlled substance. So if somebody is under the influence or has drugs or alcohol and they legitimately report a sexual offense and the officer comes or the medical people come for the sexual offense, that this person would not be prosecuted for having the drugs or alcohol because they're in good faith reporting a sexual assault like a rape or something. Because many times when sexual assaults happen, drugs and alcohol are involved.
Sure,
and we don't want to prevent somebody from reporting a sexual assault just because they happen to be under the influence of alcohol or have that present.
Would the two of them be under the influence that are involved in this?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Would the
Senator
male and the female both be intoxicated?
It could be. It could be.
If it's just one and the other is not?
It could be either or, but if somebody is in good faith reporting a legitimate sexual offense or rape or sexual assault, it just basically says the officers are going to try to handle that sexual assault and not arrest for the drugs or alcohol. It just prioritizes the sexual assault as being their primary thing that they're investigating or trying to treat.
So they wouldn't be arrested for both, just one?
Right, correct. And the person that reported it, if they were under the influence or if they had drugs, they would not be arrested by staying on the scene to try to take care of the person assaulted.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, I see no further questions. Senator, a motion?
My motion would be to adopt the conference report.
By use of the morning roll call?
By use of the morning roll call.
The senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is adopted. We'll go to item 43. Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 43, call it up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 913, meat labeling, require accurate labeling of meat and non-meat products by processors, retail, and food establishment prior to final sale.
Make the usual motion.
Not necessary. That's okay.
Has to be.
Old habit.
I'd like to explain the
You'd
conference
like to explain the conference report? Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With this bill, what we're doing here, we are essentially giving the Department of Agriculture some authority to, while they're doing their checks of these meat processing plants, to make sure that the product, of course, is actually meat and is not being labeled incorrectly. If it is being incorrectly labeled, they would have the authority to stop the process. And, this is basically a consumer bill to make sure that the consumer is getting what they intend to be purchasing. So that's an explanation of the conference report.
Okay, I see no questions. Senator.
Move to pass by the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye, and the conference report is adopted. We'll go to item 44. Senator Parker will pass and retain that item. Go to item 45. Senator Younger, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 45 and have the title read, please.
Please read the title.
53, harvest permits, extend repeal on provisions establishing maximum weight and approved routes of vehicles.
Senator Younger.
I move we adopt the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain.
What this does is extend the repealer that we passed a couple of years ago under former Senator Branning on the weight, and that's pretty much all it does, is just extends the repealer.
Okay, any questions? See no questions. Motion, Senator.
Morning roll call is passage, please.
Senator suggests to use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye, and the conference report is adopted. We'll go to item 46. Senator Parker, you're
Thank
recognized.
you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 46, House Bill 958, and have title read.
Please read title.
House Bill 958, Department of Information Technology Services, revise certain provisions relating to acquisition of technology services.
I move we adopt the conference report and recognize Senator Delano to explain the bill.
Senator Delano, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, today we're going to have a couple of bills that are going to deal with procurements as we've worked on it throughout this session. We've got some really good work in this particular conference report. We pulled back some language that the Senate had added, but it was not harmful for the bill. And what we've ended up with is a consolidation of efforts from the last couple of years that we've done to help streamline the procurement process for technology. This is conforming language largely within this bill, but it does clarify that if agencies are wanting to go out and procure technology, that they can use a bid that is available to them or go out for bids and not have to go for a full-blown RFP process. This should streamline a lot of the procurement process throughout agencies, and at the same time providing the same protection for taxpayers and making sure that there is a competitive process for procurement of technology. That's an explanation of the report. I'll yield for any questions.
Senator Blunt, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President, question.
You yield, Senator Blunt.
Absolutely.
Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Delano. I'm just trying to catch up, not serving on this committee, but I'm interested in the section beginning on line 232, but between lines 232 and 244, where it sounds to me that we have a current committee that is very broad in its authority. It can be set up by a special advisory committee that can deal with any matters that as it sees fit, and there's new language in here exempting that committee from the open meetings law.
Yes, sir.
So why would we want to do that?
First of all, I want to make sure that we're looking at the same thing. I'm actually looking not at the conference report, because the conference report just pulls back the Senate language, but I'm looking at the bill that was originally introduced and what we had passed. Which one are you looking at?
Well, please, if I hadn't got this right, I believe the conference report is that the Senate recedes from its amendments, so I'm looking at the bill that passed the House.
Okay.
And I believe that the language in the bill that passed the House is the same as the bill that's in the language that's in the conference report that takes an existing committee and grants it new authority to be exempt from the Open Meetings Act. And is that in the conference report? And if so, why?
Okay, so I'm gonna look at Senator Williams here when I say this, because I'm not on this committee. I just handled this bill specifically to make sure that we do this, and this was part of that crossover that Senator Williams and I worked on, or that he worked on a lot last year.
You rocking his baby?
No, actually it's all of our babies, but he's done a lot of work on this. So if I'm not mistaken, this deals with an appeal process for procurement. And when they are in this committee and they're trying to come up with whether the bids are done properly or not, there's proprietary information that's contained within that discussion, and that's the part that's precluded from being open or subject to the open meetings law, just that and that only. There's also another component in this bill, and again, the only other thing that I can think of that's contained within this bill is regarding cybersecurity. And if there's a cybersecurity committee that is discussing breaches and or anything that occurs within agencies, those particular discussions are not subject to open meetings, because we obviously do not want our defenses and our weaknesses to be discussed and subject to open meetings where bad actors can get a hold of that information.
I understand the cybersecurity point. I think you're right about that, but I'm trying to I'm scrolling up here. When we're talking about the authority that is referenced on 232 and elsewhere, you're telling me that only deals with bids that are contested, proprietary information and bids that are contested.
That's correct.
And nothing else regarding the department.
That's correct. Yeah, so it's only for when bids are received, then they come in, that information is proprietary. That information is not is not to be subject to open meetings law. Only when the bid is brought or accepted will it then become to daylight, and then that is not excused from open meetings laws.
Well, I want to be...
Or open bid and public requests.
As I understand it, and we're talking about two different things here, I want to be clear. One is public records, and that I can see where there be proprietary software information that would not be subject to public records. But the meetings that are held regarding these contracts, that's what's referenced in the conference report, I believe. That's not the records, it's the meetings themselves when the decisions are made.
Yeah, so I think that is just, it's more or less acted as like a sealed bid, and they go in and they look and see what's in that bid, how it does this work, how does it affect the agency, and then they're scored or however they go about in determining what that bid looks like and how it should be awarded, and find out what's best for the agency, what's best for protection of the taxpayer, and I think that this is what's trying to achieve it. But I can get with you on this because I'm not following exactly. My line numbers are not matching up with your line numbers, but I'll be glad to work with you on it and make sure that it's done. We've got a couple of other bills that'll handle the same information as well.
Yeah, I just keep an eye out for those code sections, and
yes.
But I'll be happy to work with you on it. Thank you for taking my question.
No, I appreciate your questioning as well.
Okay, Senator Hill, for what purpose?
I do have a question.
You yield, Senator Hill?
Sure.
Senator Hill.
I'm looking at lines 341, 342, 43, 44, 45. Where it begins at 336, talking about all acquisitions of, and it's striking out computer equipment and services, information technology. It's also striking the language about having open and competitive and open specifications and contracts, therefore shall be entered into only after advertisement for bids are published in one or more daily newspapers having a general circulation in the state. Is there going to be somewhere else that's advertised other than a newspaper in this bill? Or are we just ending advertising for bids?
So I think you know that that I have been on the crusade, as well as some of the others that are in this room, to make sure that all of our public notices are done in a fashion where the public can actually see them.
Right.
And if they go through newspapers, that's not a function, that is not an effective way of doing that. And we've had several changes to different components of state law, and there's also been bills that many of us have filed to try to make sure that there's a consistent online presence for these advertisements.
Okay.
Some of that has gone through, some of it has been vetoed. So, or in the past. I believe, I'm not 100% certain, I'll get your answer, or I'll get your answer, or your question answered here in just a few minutes, but I believe that all of this is put on a website as well, but I'll find out for you.
Okay.
But they still have to comply with that older legacy state law that requires them to publish in a newspaper.
Yeah, as long as they're publishing it somewhere on a website or somewhere, the specifications openly, I don't necessarily agree that they have to be printed in a newspaper. I just want to make sure that we know where they're going to be published and how long they're going to be published.
Yes, ma'am. I agree with you.
Okay.
If there are no other questions, I'll move for adoption of the conference report based on morning roll call.
Seeing no further questions, Senator suggests the use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Seymour, no. Senator Hill as present or no? Senator Hill, present. Anyone else? No for Senator Chisholm. Seeing no one else, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the conference report has been adopted. Now, we're going to break now for lunch, but before we do, Senator Michelle, you have...
For an announcement, please.
You recognize for an announcement.
The Senate Rules Committee will meet today at 1:30 in the Pro Tem's office.
1:30 today in the Pro Tem's office. Okay, Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, Public Health and Welfare will meet at our regular time this afternoon at 3 p.m. in room 216. We have 4 confirmations to consider.
Thank you, Senator Bryan. Okay, any other announcements before we go to lunch? If not, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand in recess till 2 p.m. today.
Motion to stand in recess till 2 p.m. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Stand in recess until 2.
Call the Senate to order. We're on item 47 of the calendar. Senator Bryan. While he's coming up, I had the opportunity to visit with Senator Butler at length here over lunch, and he is recovering very well. He's at Methodist Rehab. He's recovered his speech. He's able to speak. His equilibrium is back, and they're hopeful in 3 to 4 days he will be able to exit Methodist Rehab and go home. So a good report on Senator Butler, and he really appreciated all of you contacting, texting him and calling him, and misses being with each one of you, and we hope to have him back shortly. Okay, Senator Bryan.
I go to item 47 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1062, dental hygienists authorized to provide services to patients under the general supervision of dentists under certain conditions.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
The Senate and the House passed identical bills. The Senate bill had a reverse repealer because there was the issue about dental services in nursing homes that I thought deserves some more conversation. So where we are now is the conference before you effectively removes the repealer. We go back to the House bill, which is what we all wanted to do in the first place. This bill is the agreement between the dentist and the dental hygienist that allows dental hygienists to occasionally treat people with low risk as long as they're under the supervision of a dentist, even though a dentist may not be in the same building they are. It's under very limited circumstances. As far as the issue about treatment for people in nursing homes, what the conferees decided, and I think really is the better course, is for us to ask the peer committee, and they've been asked and they said they would do it, to find out what the status actually is in the various nursing homes in the state. We have people tugging on our sleeves telling us first one thing and another, but if we get that information from peer, we can look at that issue with more knowledge about what we're doing. So that's where it stands. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the conference report.
All right. Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, Senator.
Morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Recorded voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Bryan.
I go to item 48 and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1077, Kratom products prohibit sale to persons under 21.
I move we adopt the conference report, and I ask the chair to recognize Senator Turner Ford.
Senator Turner Ford, you're recognized to discuss the conference.
Thank you, Mr. President. This matter went to conference, and there were a couple of changes that were agreed upon by the House and the Senate conferees. One is that Kratom products shall not exceed 1% of 7-hydroxymetragynine, which shall not be more than 0.5 milligrams per container of product. Also, we agreed upon the retailers having 90 days to begin to comply with the registration requirement with the Department of Revenue. Language was added that ordinances that have been adopted by counties and municipalities will remain in full force and effect, and that the passage of the conference report or adoption of the legislation will not affect the future enactment of restrictions regarding kratom by local communities. I will yield for questions. If there are none, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Questions? Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You for a question, Senator Turner?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Hill's recognized.
So just in a nutshell, what does this change from where we are now with kratom? It makes it 21, and what else does it do?
It does. It makes it a person under the age of 21 cannot purchase the product. The product must be offered for sale behind the counter of the retailer, and those are the two main components. Plus, it limits this, I would call it supercharged kratom, from being made available for retail.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I move adoption.
Let's see, we have Senator Jordan for a
I
question.
yield.
Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to pair with someone whenever the vote comes along.
Yeah, we're not on the vote just yet. We've got Senator Barrett. Senator Barrett, for what purpose, sir?
Question,
Will
please.
you yield, Senator?
I do yield.
I think my first question would be, if this bill were to pass and go into effect, would the current kratom in the store be removed and have to be reinserted into the store pursuant to this law?
They would have to, the retailers would have to register with the Department of Revenue, and if their product does not comply with the restrictions contained in the bill, then it would not be available for sale.
Okay.
And if I did, I think I'd mentioned there would be a 90-day onboarding period, which would be October 1.
So the current product in their stores would either have to be removed or checked by the appropriate authority. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And my final question, I appreciate your work on this bill, is who will be monitoring this situation as far as going in and checking and enforcing the rules?
That would be up to the Department of Revenue.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Ready for your motion, ma'am.
Move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Pardon me? Anyone no? Present? Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
Paris,
Please proceed, Senator.
if Senator Horn here, he would vote yes, and I vote no.
Pear, Horn, Jordan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator, yeah, I know, honey. Senator Bryan, 49.
Has the vote been announced?
Yes.
On the next item, I ask to pass and retain.
Pass and retain. Senator Boyd. Senator Boyd. Senator Boyd. Pass and retain. Senator Fillingane. Senator Fillingane. Senate, we're on 51.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item, call it up, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1203, camping, prohibit on public property.
The motion is that we do adopt the conference report, and I'm happy to explain it, Mr. President.
You're recognized to explain the conference, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this bill does resemble a lot of what our previous bill in the Senate, the camping bill, had in it, but it is different in some respects. So I would like to just go through it quickly and tell you what pieces of it still remain. Of course, we worked in good faith with our House counterparts, and they felt like certain of the items that we had previously in the bill would make it subject to a point of order on the House end, and working with Representative Yates and others, we wanted to prevent that from happening, because I think we're all interested in trying to do what we can. So going quickly through the conference report, Section 1 is just definitions. That's very similar to the Senate bill. Section 2 states legislative intent, which again, we didn't have in our bill, but the House counterparts felt it important to have some legislative intent in the bill, so that's Section 2. Section 3 is where we get into the no person may camp or create a campsite on any sidewalk, streets, sports fields, sports complexes, highways, alleys, roads, passageways, or other public property, except on public property that is otherwise designated for camping by the local entity, the municipality, county, or political subdivision of the state, depending on what type of public property it is. And then it states that any person found in violation of this section may be immediately removed by either municipal, county, or state law enforcement officials. So that's Section 3. Section 4 adds, of course, that no person may occupy a campsite that is not consistent with what we just said in Section 4, and that the political entity in question would regulate that, specifically whether it be the county, the municipality, or the political subdivision of a state agency. So Section 5 deals with how the local entities or the state may remove individuals' personal property or camping materials from said campsites. There is a 24-hour notice period, which changes a little bit. We had a 48-hour in the Senate version. The House version was a 24-hour written or oral notice that may be given or posted in a prominent location within the campsite, and then 24 hours later, if the law enforcement officials come back and the campsite is still present on the public property, at that point, it could be removed, and any individuals could be removed after the expiration of the 24 hours. And then any items, campsite materials, trash, those sorts of things can be removed by the municipal officials, the county officials, or the state agency. Items having no apparent utility or monetary value and items of any unsanitary condition would be dispensed with immediately. Any weapons, drug paraphernalia, or items appearing to be stolen and evidence of a crime may be retained as evidence by the law enforcement agency of the governing authority. And then whenever possible, any individual removed from a campsite pursuant to this act should be provided with the available information concerning health, mental health, substance abuse treatment, or other housing resources. I think that basically retains a lot of Senator Thomas's language that we had previously in the bill. And then we get to the penalty section, which is Section 6 of this conference report. Upon conviction for a violation of this act, in addition to any other factors deemed appropriate by the court will consider mitigation before imposing any sort of sentence. And the mitigating factors would include whether or not the person in question immediately removed all the personal property and litter, including but not limited to the bottles, cans, garbage from the campsite in question. So it kind of gives them an incentive to help clean up before they are removed, to maybe lessen the amount of a fine or whatever punishment that the judge in question would be able to levy. And then subsection 3 of section 6 says that the conviction for violation of this act is punishable by a fine of not more than $50. And then in the court's discretion, alternative penalties intended to address the reasons for the individuals in violations of the chapter may be imposed. There would be a appropriate facility. If there was an appropriate facility, then the judge might include a term of jail not to exceed 6 months, and they were to be interpreted as broadly and as legally permissible. So obviously if the person in question needs drug rehab, that sort of facility might receive them if there's room. Of course, we did not want to impose any sort of housing requirement for our local police departments, our sheriff's departments, if they didn't have any room or any places that would be appropriate to house said individuals. So we worked with the Sheriff's Association and the police associations to try to make sure that we didn't put anything on them that they were not able to handle, that they didn't have the right facilities for. So that was a concern, and that was worked out in the language with the House conferees. So that's basically what the conference report does. You'll see section 7. There is a code section 973525, which deals with obstructing public streets and sidewalks and the like. The language there was not changed in any way. There were just some grammatical and spelling errors in the previous code that were discovered, and while we were doing this, they wanted to correct the spelling and the grammar in that section, but nothing substantive in that section was altered in any way. So I'm happy to try and answer any questions if there are any, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will say that the panhandling piece was already passed in a previous bill, so that was taken out of this code section as well. So with that, I would move that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call being requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Simmons? D. Blackman? Turner Ford? D. Barnett? Norwood? Thomas? Simmons, S. Hickman? Jordan? Frazier? Jackson? Brumfield? Anyone else? Present? Anyone present? Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
Two notes up here, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
If Senator Horn was here, he would vote no. I vote aye.
Anyone else? Any present? The bill passes by use of the morning roll call. No votes noted. 52, Senator Younger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 52 and have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Bill 45, Memorial Highways designate various segments of public roadway as upon certain conditions.
I move we adopt the conference report and ask to be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the conference report, Senator.
In Section 1, we're doing a Medal of Honor Trail 122 from Tennessee state line to the Alabama state line. Section 2, we're doing a Master Sergeant Bridget R. Horn from Highway 19 into Neshoba County for 1 mile. Section 3, it's the Megan Bedford Reed. It's Highway 9 in Pontotoc County for 1 mile. Section 4, we have Badger, Malone, Englehart, Highway 149 Bridge over the Strong River into Simpson County. Section 5, we're doing the Houston Dale Kennedy sign. It's on Highway 371 in Prentiss County for a half a mile. Section 6, we're doing the Jerry Wilburn. It's a regional center drive bridge in Lafayette County. Section 7, it's the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Bridge after Timothy Jones, Willie R. Jones, George Hilton Stevenson, Adam J. Sims, and Johnny Lee Jones. It's on the County Road 14 in Jasper County. Section 9, we're doing the Beeran Children's Home. It's just a sign to let you know where this orphanage home is on Highway 84. On Section 10, we have the Elizabeth Lake Little. It's Highway 82 in Octavia Hall County for 1 mile. I knew this young lady. This was a very sweet, smart young lady, got killed in an airplane wreck. Section 11, the Officer Tate Road. It's going to be in Blackjack Road in Octavia Hall County for 1 mile. Section 12 is the Winfred T. Aiken. It's Highway 4 in Tate County for 1 mile. Section 13, we have the Mary Kaylin Kate Pipkins Road, or sign, that's going to be Highway 63 in Greene County for 1 mile. Section 14, we are asking to transfer unused property from MDOT to the City of Marks for the purposes of building a park. If there are no questions, I ask for the afternoon roll call passage.
Questions? Senator Jordan? For what purpose, sir?
I have a question, Mr. President, to the
Would you
Chairman.
yield? Yeah, would you yield, Senator?
Yes,
Senator
sir.
Jordan's recognized for a question on
Thank you. Highway 49 from Greenwood to Sidon, Mississippi. At one time, Honorable Willie B. White, who 4-time Olympic, that highway, and the highway people took it down and never did replace it.
Yes, sir, and I checked on that, and they were supposed to be replacing that for you.
They are replacing, someone is going to replace it.
They told me they would, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, that's what I was going to. Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Other questions? Seeing none, Senator?
Afternoon roll call, please, for final passage.
Final passage on the afternoon roll call. Anyone object? Or is voting no?
Yes.
Present? Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Polk, pass and retain. Senator Fillingane? One moment, please. We'll be on 54, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get that item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1308, grooming of a child, establishes a criminal offense.
The motion will be that we do adopt the conference report, and I'm happy to explain.
Recognized to explain the conference report, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this goes back to the original Senate language as it passed the Senate. Now, that differs slightly from the original Attorney General's language when the bill was originally filed. And as those of you will remember, on Judd B., We took out the part about enticement, so we won't allow law enforcement to pretend to be one of the perpetrators to entice people into potentially, running afoul of the law. And we removed the part about it being a registrable sex offense. So we had done that in the JUDB committee on the front end before we ever passed it out here to the floor. So those two items are not in the conference report, as they were not on the Senate floor. Everything else is the same. The House had tried to put maybe some additional things in there, but at the end of the day, none of it made it, and we went strictly back to the Senate language as it passed the Senate on child grooming. So that is an explanation of the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Sure.
You yield, Senator?
I yield.
So in this version of it, law enforcement could not create a sting operation for grooming of a child, is that correct?
That is correct. That is the way it was, as it came out of the committee. That did not differ. I just wanted to point out that what y'all passed earlier on the floor of the Senate as it went to the House, that's the same version that we have before you now. Now, in the original Attorney General's language, as it came from the Attorney General, there were the two additional items. They had in their original language, as it was filed in the bill, that law enforcement could do sting operations. They could pretend that they were, online, what catfishing or whatever the right term is, and pretend to be someone other than a law enforcement official. And if someone, bid on that sting, that they could be, prosecuted. That was removed in the committee, as was the issue of if you were convicted of this new offense, that you would become a registrable sex offender and would have to register on the sex registry. Those two items came out in the JUDB committee before it ever hit the floor.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Senator Brumfield, for what purpose, sir?
For a question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question?
Certainly, yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Brumfield.
In section 1, I guess line 27, can you elaborate on that just a little more?
Which section?
Section 1.
Yes, sir.
It's really line 27.
20.
It talks about pattern of conduct of communication, means of pattern
Certainly.
of conduct.
Good question.
Communication and here's my question, that would cause a reasonable adult. Can you explain that a little bit?
Good question. Yes, sir. So we didn't want it to be a situation where this was a one-time instance where, if you were a coach, for instance, on a high school or junior high team, and you said, oh, don't you look nice in that outfit or that uniform today? It just happened the one time. We did not feel like certainly that would rise to the level of grooming, quote unquote grooming, because the whole idea behind grooming is that you are developing a intimate relationship online, potentially, like with text messages, emails, Snapchats, whatever, that you are doing it as a pattern of behavior where you establish trust with that younger individual, and that you build that trust up over time, and then you start sending more and more suggestive messages over a period of time. So it's not like a one-off. It's not like a one instance where you say, oh, don't you look great in that, outfit or whatever. That is not grooming. That's maybe poor judgment on your part as someone in a position of authority over said child, but certainly it's not a pattern of conduct. We want to go after people who intentionally want to manipulate younger people into making bad choices of a sexual nature. Now, the law already says if, even in one instance, if you have a text message or something of that nature that says, meet me in the dressing room for sex, now that's already illegal. You cannot do that. But what the prosecutors are telling us is that sometimes when the parents, for instance, see little Johnny's cell phone and they start seeing all these interesting messages coming to little Johnny or little Mary, whoever it is, from a teacher or a coach or someone in a position of authority, and they're thinking, wow, y'all are exchanging a whole bunch of messages, and to me, reading it, it looks like this is heading in a very compromising position and situation. We want to stop that before you get to the ask for a sexual relationship or a sexual act. What the prosecutors are saying at the Attorney General's office and the DAs that we heard from are saying there's nothing on the books right now that we can do to say, adult, don't send those kind of messages anymore to my kid. You know, I'm the parent. I don't want you having these conversations that I feel like will lead ultimately to a sexual event. So right now there's nothing on the books, which is the whole genesis of where the Attorney General and the District Attorney's offices have come together and said, we need something that will dissuade a coach, you know, some adult in a position of authority from ever going down that road to the point where it's too late because now, you know, the act has already occurred and we wish we could have done something sooner to have abated this behavior, but we couldn't. So that's, again, we don't want it to be a one-off situation where it's just a poor choice of wording or a poor choice of words or whatever. We want to make the prosecutors establish that to a reasonable person's degree, that any reasonable adult looking at these series of messages, that it's definitely an intentional act on the part of the adult to groom or to essentially manipulate that child to building up a trust relationship to where when I ask you for sex, that you're likely going to agree to do that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your work on it.
Yes,
I was
sir.
just trying to ensure that we had a level of consistency and not a trap or a loophole, because
Amen.
certainly we don't want our babies placed in harm's way. Thank you for
Yes,
your work
sir.
on this, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you. Thank you for the question.
Senator Jordan?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, this is only for coaches. I know out of my 33 years of teaching science,
Yes,
someone learned all the muscles that I tell them to learn. I commend them for that, or the bones of the body, or the function of this 10 systems.
Yes, sir.
Whatever the assignment were, and that really made them work harder. So you're saying that you shouldn't commend students when they do well?
No, not at all. Commend them all you want. Just don't ask them to come meet you behind the gym building for inappropriate behavior.
Well, I know those who couldn't do their work had problem with the parents. The parents came out pleading with me to leave them alone and give us some more time, and I would not. Now, this is an integrated school because I told the parent, let me work with them.
You know,
and
you're
they finally
exactly
learned them. I just don't want where you can help somebody that we come up with rules that keep you from doing that.
No, I hear you, and I think the content of the messaging is what's the key component here. If what you as an instructor or even a coach, if what you're saying to that person, which has to be under 16 years of age, so we're talking about 15-year-olds and younger. We're not talking about 16, 17, 18-year-olds. We're talking about 15 and under. If what's in that messaging is, you know, great job on the spelling bee, great job on your test, great job on that lab report, that's all great, and that is in no way affected by this. But if you're saying, you sure look cute in that lab coat,
No, I'm not
little
gonna say
Johnny,
that.
and I wish you would, you know, do this or that or the other with it, then that gets into a sphere that we don't want to encourage.
I see where you crossed the line.
Yes, sir. Gotcha.
Okay.
Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Friendly question.
You, Senator?
Yes, sir, of
Senator
course.
Wiggins is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and saw this through the committee. Just understanding the concerns, I mean, we're trying to get at actions that are not a crime right now, but lead to inappropriate contact with a child. Is that right?
Absolutely correct.
Okay, and so you actually have to have what's called criminal intent, meaning if you're just talking to a child and what a good day, that's not criminal intent,
No,
correct?
sir. Correct.
Okay, and so even police officers and prosecutors know you have to have criminal intent, and it would have to be that since it's grooming, you're grooming them for a purpose to commit a sexual offense against them. Am I correct in saying that?
Absolutely, 100%
Okay.
correct.
So while it's a legitimate concern about just regular conduct, just talking to a child, you're not going to be charged with that,
No,
or
no.
helping them on their homework or something.
Certainly not.
Okay.
In no way affecting that.
All right, but predators do groom by developing trust with these children, and then proceed to have the sexual contact with them.
That's 100% correct. I mean, as I understand it, the genesis of this bill actually came from an instance in, I think, central Mississippi. I won't name the county, but one of the counties here very close to this Capitol building, where a parent found a device that the child had and started reading through the cell phone text messaging, and happened to be a friend of the Attorney General, and called the Attorney General up and said, hey, this is some concerning behavior. I want to know what we can do to stop this from happening to my kid or some other child. And she did some research, and the current law did not allow for her to do anything. And said unless they asked for sex, which of course it had not happened, thankfully, at that point, but there was some highly suggestive messaging, and the Attorney General said, I have no arrow in my quiver here that I can shoot this one down with. I need help from the legislature to get something on the books.
Right, and they came and presented to our committee and said exactly that they can't step in when this type of activity is going, and so we're trying to prevent it going further.
Right.
And actually having a sexual act committed against a child.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question.
All right, any other questions, Senator? I see none. Senator, you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. If not, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Counters voting no. Present? Seeing none, it passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Fillingane. Senator Polk, you're recognized. We're on 55, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 55, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1325, County Depositories Revised Interval of Time for Accepting Bids for Financial Institutions in Certain Years.
My motion will be that we accept the conference report, and I'd like to explain.
You're recognized to explain the conference report, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, as you remember last year, we passed a bill, and it would not allow County Board of Supervisors to issue depository contracts the final year of their term. This has caused some problems in the banking industry. So this bill allows the first through the third year, supervisors may make a depository contract for up to 4 years. In the final year of their term, the election year, they would only be able to contract for 2 years. If there are no questions, use the morning roll call for final passage.
Seeing no questions, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Carter is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Polk. We're on 56, sir.
I'd like to call up 56 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1330, Banks Authorized Investments in SBICs incorporated outside Mississippi and in LLCs and LLPs.
The motion will be that we accept the conference report. I'd like for you to recognize Senator McMahon to explain.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This is the bill that passed the Senate, and what it does, it allows our financial institutions to make loans to small business investment companies outside the state. And so the Senate, we had a reverse repealer in it. We pulled that out, and then the House added some language that there would be quarterly reports, which the chair thought was a good friendly amendment on lines 39, quarterly reports unless otherwise directed by the Department of Banking and Consumer Finance based on examinations. That's all. So that's what the bill does. Do you have any questions?
Question, Senator Hill. You're recognized for a question.
Yes.
Senator Hill.
So it's changing the interval to not less than every 24 months. What was it currently?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Like it's changing the time frame for having to bid depositories? What is it changing it from, and what is it changing it to?
That's not this bill, Senator. This is a
Okay.
bill allowing our in-state banks to compete outside the state for business with SBICs, which is a small business investment company.
Okay, so it's just letting them use out-of-state entities?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Our banks, our domicile banks may compete for out-of-state business.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
My motion is we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Or is voting no?
I yield.
Pass. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. We'll go to Senator Fillingane, 57. Pass and retain. 58, Senator Delano. Senator Delano. Pass and retain. Senator Bryan, 59.
I go to item 59 and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill 1502, Mississippi Hemp Cultivation Act, revised provisions of and legalized manufacture and sale of hemp beverages.
I move we adopt the conference report, and I ask the chair to recognize Senator Blackwell.
Senator Blackwell, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. This conference report bill, we did three things to it, but this is basically the same bill that we passed out of finance, we passed out of public health, and we passed twice here on the floor. So in the conference report on line 146, we changed an and to an or in order to clarify the definition. On line 550, we added that a lab, as determined by the Department of Health, can also test these products. The third thing we did was remove the reverse repealer. That's an explanation of the conference report, and I'll yield for questions.
Okay, questions? I'm sorry, Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
Mr. President, are you kidding me? Is it? Oh, I
Senator
thought
Hill.
it's not April 1st, April Fool's Day?
No.
You got Senator Hill's got a question?
Nope.
Oh, my gosh.
Nope.
Go ahead, Senator Hill.
You're recognized.
So I take it that this bill still legalizes recreational THC in the form of a drink. Is that correct?
No, ma'am, it doesn't.
So what did you take it out?
It's already illegal. What we're doing is controlling it and regulating it. So right now, these products can be sold in the store. There's no regulation on it. There's no limit on any of the THC levels. And what we're doing is putting a limit of 5 milligrams in a 12-ounce container.
Last time I checked, recreational marijuana was still illegal unless you had a card, recreational THC.
This is not recreational marijuana.
It's THC, same component.
This is legal products by the Farm Bill.
Why are we codifying something?
We're going to make these products illegal in the stores, just similar to what we did with the Kratom, and then we're going to regulate the hemp beverages just like we would beer.
Only thing we did with Kratom is make it 21 to buy it. That's the only thing we did with Kratom.
And you have to be 21 to buy the beverage, too.
And you're still changing the fact that a kid can't drink alcoholic drink in a restaurant with their family between 18 and 21?
I don't know if I ever chanted that, but it's still in the bill, and that came at the Department of Revenue, ABC Division.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator Suber, for what purpose, sir?
Question,
Are
please.
you here for a question, Senator?
Yes, I will.
Please proceed, Senator Suber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked, we talked yesterday, had a little concern about the language that's going in it's going in the, I guess, the beer, light wine statute is changing to intoxicating beverages. Would the towns or counties, would they have to have another vote in order to sell this product?
No, they wouldn't. If they're a wet county today, this product would be okay. If they're a dry county, they cannot sell the product.
Is there any kind of opt-out provision or anything for any towns that don't want to serve?
No, they could go through, there's a referendum process in the bill that they can go through, and the people can vote.
Well, here's some of my concern. A couple of my counties, I'm going to use Pontotoc for an example. 70% of the voters in the county voted to opt out of any marijuana being sold or any growers or anything in the county. And but they did pass an ordinance to have beer and light wine. Would we be circumventing the voters of that county by allowing to have these intoxicating beverages sold in that town, even though the county and the towns all voted to opt out of having any kind of marijuana use?
Senator, these can be sold right now. Right now, they can be sold. They're legal. We're trying to regulate them because they are unregulated. And where we're limiting our drinks to 5 milligrams, there's some states that are going higher. I think Georgia just did 10 milligrams. I think Kentucky's done 10. But they can go up to 100, 200, 300 milligrams of THC in these beverages.
Or are we opening ourselves up to be, I guess, to a possible lawsuit for some of these counties that aren't, that don't want it in their counties now?
It's in their counties. It's legal. Right now, there's nothing to prevent this from being sold in any of those stores.
I mean, how is this illegal based on what we've passed over the past few years?
It's legal because of the U.S. Farm Bill.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Senator Simmons, D. I'm sorry, Senator Hickman. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
You
President.
yield, Senator? I yield.
Senator Hickman is recognized for a question.
I think I only have two questions, Senator Blackwell. If we don't pass this piece of legislation, what happens right now?
Nothing. These products continue to be available, and I think just recently, I think there were 6 kids over in Yazoo City, middle schoolers, who were hospitalized for eating these type of gummies. I think there has also been 3 middle schoolers in Jones County, and I think a family in Pontotoc were also affected by eating these. So these products are going to still be available to the kids because they're not regulated, and they're on the shelf right now.
And I know you're aware, but haven't we tried to work on this kind of in a different way, and that was rejected by this body? Maybe last year, I think we had a bill to move some things around. But this year, we came back, said, hey, that's not going to work. The product is dangerous. We need to ban it. And is that what we're doing here?
Yes, sir. And we sat down at the conference committee, meeting that we had. We brought back Dr. Edney with the Department of Health and his staff. We brought back Chris Graham with the Department of Revenue and his staff. And we went through the bill, and this is exactly what they want.
Now, one final question. I know there's been a lot of talk about this being a recreational marijuana program. Is there a difference in these products and the actual products that are inside our dispensaries that we have made this whole program? We've made a whole medical marijuana program. We're not taking anything out of those and putting them here. This is sort of a different product.
No, sir. There's nothing going to the dispensaries, nothing coming out of the dispensaries.
And so this talk about legalizing marijuana, really this bill does more to take products off and ban products off the shelf. It's not a bill to make something legal one way or another.
No, sir. Again, these products are legal, federally legal. We're taking we're going to regulate the hemp drink, and we're removing the other products from the store shelves.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator McCon, for what purpose?
Just a quick question.
You for Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator McCon's recognized.
So, notwithstanding all the other conversation here, is there a reason we're choosing the liquid hemp product and not allowing 5 milligrams of the product up in any other form? Is there a reason we're just taking a liquid product and not saying that you could do a 5 milligram gummy or a 5 milligram? I don't know what all they come in, Senator. I'm just saying as a whole, is there not equal protection problem here? Because we're saying now that we're going to side with this industry over that industry, although we're still good with 5 milligrams.
The request came to us from the beer manufacturers and ABC. So that's all we're trying to do is regulate these things, because again, they're legal right now. You can go to the store and buy them, and they're not regulated as far as the amount of THC that are in them.
Well, then why aren't we just regulating the things that are in the stores as far as the gummies? I don't like the smoke products. I'm going to tell you, I don't like anything like that. But I am questioning, why aren't we doing just regulating, saying the products as a whole, it's going to be regulated, 5 milligrams. If you want to chew it, you want to put it in a stick of gum, you want to put it in a drink, whatever you want to do, why are we not doing that? Or is it just because the lobby for beer came into play?
No, if you want those products, we're removing, again, they're legal, we're going to remove them. If you want the 5 milligram gummy, I'd suggest going to a provider that can certify you for the medical cannabis program.
So go to the medical cannabis, because we've already set that program up, go get the taxation on that side. What are we going to do on our taxation on the beer?
I said you can go to your provider. I don't know if they're going to write a recommendation for you or not.
But we're talking about hemp, which is legal under the Farm Bill. We're not talking about the...
You were talking about getting a 5 milligram gummy. I'm telling you, you won't be able to get it in the gas station anymore. If you want THC, go see your medical provider and see if you qualify for a card.
Well, is that not counterintuitive what we're doing here? We're doing a 5 milligram drink product, which is going to be the hemp drinks. And I'm saying, is there not a chewable product for the hemp as well? I don't understand this, Senator. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't understand why we're doing one and not the others.
Those are the products we're eliminating. That's all I can tell you.
Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator McCon. We'll go to, next one up is Senator Sparks.
Question, Mr. President.
You here, Senator?
Yes, he is.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're operating under the federal farm bill from 2017 or 18?
I think it's 18.
18. And do you know exactly where in the federal farm bill you can point me to say that intoxicating beverages are legal?
I'm not tremendously familiar with the bill, but the bill legalizes products that are less than 0.3% dry THC.
Okay, and I think you're correct on that. I've not read the farm bill lately. May read it this evening just for pleasure. But the 2020, this body passed a bill. It's 2725. And if the federal law allowed for hemp of 0.3% dry weight, as you have instructed, why did we pass that bill?
I don't know which bill you're referring to.
That's the hemp bill of 2020 that this body passed.
Then I would ask the author of that bill why we passed it.
Well, the author of that bill was Chuck Younger, who's the ag guy, and I'll give you a brief history on it. We passed that bill, and we directed the agriculture commissioner to go out into the field, into the highways and the hedges to check this product, because there were 11 sections that we referenced, because if it was growing in the field and the conditions turned on you, because a lot of people, when this came down, thought they'd grow hemp on the back 40 of the farm. But the problem was, if it got above 0.3% THC, it was therefore illegal. Do you agree with me that that 0.3 THC is still the illegal amount in hemp?
To my understanding, it is.
Okay, so if you're growing the field, and in the field it's too hot, too cold, too wet, it could affect the THC content, and therefore we had to go test it in the field. And if it was over 0.3%, it was to be chopped down and destroyed. Is that how you understood it?
If that was in the bill, okay, I would agree with your interpretation. Yes.
And then at every stage thereafter, from growing to cultivating to whatever manipulation you're going to do to packaging, all the way till it got to an end user, it never could rise above 0.3% or it would be illegal. Is that how you understand it?
That would be my understanding.
Okay, so we're on the same page. The problem is, in 2725, Senate Bill 2725 of 2020, this body was told that we had to pass this law to comply with the Farm Bill. So the products are not apparently legal under federal law. If Mississippi law had conflicted with it, we would be in conflict. So I understand that was the reason for 2725. And the reason I go there is because in Section 13, it dealt with the Mississippi Code 4129-113. And on line 633 through 635, after we had talked about all of the things, it's not in this bill. This is unless you've got 2020s, 27, 25 up there, and you don't need scrolling. It's not this bill. The language, any product derived from the hemp plant for human ingestion or consumption that had a United States Food and Drug Administration approval. So my question in your 252-page bill, do you require the same standard in Senate Bill 2725 that is in the law, that you must have a United States Food and Drug approval if it's for human ingestion or consumption?
I couldn't answer that on this bill. I don't know what was in the...
Do you know if 1502 strikes that language?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And so my understanding of Senate Bill 2725, which is current law, would be that these products, which are intended for human ingestion, correct? The liquids we're talking about are for human consumption.
Senator, I'm happy to answer your question on 1502. I don't know about the bill we passed in 2020.
Okay. But what you're purporting to make legal, or you say is already legal?
No, sir. These products are currently legal.
Are they currently legal or currently being sold?
They're both. They're both currently legal and being sold in stores. Now, we're trying to remove them from those stores.
Well, that's my whole point, is that if Senate Bill 2725...
Your point, sir, is to kill the bill. You want the products to stay in the store.
Well,
because that's your only option. You either vote yes and we take these products out of the store and we regulate the drinks. We vote no, we kill the bill, and we go through a whole nother year of kids eating these darn gummies and ending up hospitalized. A no vote supports that.
Well, I would respectfully disagree. I would go ahead, since we're hypothesizing about what other people should do, I would suggest to you that someone should go in there, pick the products up, and get a district attorney to prosecute them under Senate Bill 2725, which already says, unless you have a Food and Drug Administration approval, you are not exempted from control. That's the reality. Now, I'll get back to the product you're talking about. My question was, is the product that you're talking about, intoxicating hemp beverages, intended for human consumption?
Yes.
Okay. If I was to drink some of this product that has THC in it, will I test hot on a drug test?
It's possible, yes.
Okay, so that's another concern. It's an employment issue, is that a CDL truck driver can't have THC in their system.
Can't have alcohol either. You can't have other drugs in their system.
Well, if I drink alcohol today, it'll be out of my system tomorrow.
Well, you wanted to hypothesize. I don't know what people do. I'm not their watchdog.
Okay.
And I don't think you are either.
No, I agree, and I'm just saying, if we're going to operate in facts, let's operate in facts. The fact is, 2725 passed this body, and I encourage everybody to go read it. And I think that it makes every one of these products you're referencing already illegal. But what 1502 would do is make a carve-out for beverages to make them legal. Is that correct?
No, sir. You feel like I'm listening to a damn CNN newscast. You're taking statements and twisting them. No, Fox, CNN. You're taking statements and trying to create some sort of titillating excitement about, hey, we're legalizing this stuff. It's already legal. We're regulating these products.
I can't agree with you that it's already legal. I realize that's your conclusion. I'm just looking at the law. I'm just foolish enough to read the law.
If they're illegal, how come they're in the store? How come they're being sold if they're illegal?
As I said earlier, I think if you wanted to go in and ask where is your Food and Drug Administration approval, you could do that. And if you don't have that, you are illegal under the 2725 Senate bill.
And we're going to make these things illegal. But who's doing it now? No one's doing it. Now, if you want to continue, that's your vote, Senator. If your folks back home want it in their stores and want their kids to be able to get these products, that's great. Knock yourself out.
Well, I'm pretty sure my folks are smart enough to figure out the smoke screen that we're voting for legalization of THC products to drink, and if people want to vote for that, that's fine. But I don't think it's an unfair question, and I don't like asking you questions when you're at the well. I don't do this for sport. But we passed Senate Bill 2725. It says what it says, and I'm just asking how these two marry up. But it is an employment issue for the state of Mississippi if people are testing high after drinking these products. Thank you for taking my questions.
You're welcome, sir.
Senator Williams, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You, Senator?
Yes, Will.
Senator Williams?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your work on this. And I don't want to berate this, and it may have been answered, and forgive me if it is, but I'm very conflicted on which way to go on this bill because it seems to have good and bad in it. Why do we not simply make the drinks illegal? I think that's the conflict that some of us have. If that were illegal, I don't think there's any problem in voting yes, if I can understand that.
Because we're choosing to regulate them, because they are legal. We're capping the milligrammage of THC at 5 milligrams, which is an extremely low percentage of THC. Actually comes out to 0.0014% THC. States around us are adopting these drinks, and many of them are adopting at a much higher milligrammage than what we are.
I understand. Just the perception is that we've got something that's in the stores. We have a moment to take it all out. Why not do that? Because my constituency is not for recreational marijuana, and this just has the perception thereof. If you were to take the hemp drinks and put them in there, I believe this is something that sails out of here.
Again, this is, you're using words that aren't true. It's not recreational marijuana. These are legal products that are currently on the market.
I understand. I misspoke. The perception thereof exists, not the reality of it. But in my world, a lot of times perception is reality. But thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator England, you're recognized, Senator.
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator?
Yes, it will.
Senator England is recognized.
Thank you. Senator Blackwell, does this bill require product testing?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Do you think that would help remove some of the products that are causing so much trouble in Mississippi today from the shelves where they're available to children and to others?
Well, really doesn't, is not relevant to those products because we're going to ban them. They won't be there. But as it relates to the beverages, yes, they'll be tested. They'll have to have a COA, and it'll have to be a lab that's approved by the Department of Health.
Okay, so the beverages will be subject to testing?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do we currently have regulations on alcohol beverages in gas stations and other convenience stores?
We do.
Okay, so is this bill going to essentially require some of the same regulations we have on alcohol beverages on these beverages?
It does. You have to be 21 to buy it. Just like anything with beer or light wine or light spirits, it follows the same thing, same rules.
Okay, thank you. So I understand that currently, if someone under the age of 21 were to buy a THC beverage, and I do understand that we're limiting that to 5 milligrams, this bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but there are much higher THC content beverages currently legally being sold in the state of Mississippi?
Yes, there are.
Okay, is there anything keeping someone under the age of 21 right now from purchasing one of these high THC content beverages?
No, there isn't.
So if there's a convenience store owner that wants to sell a 100 milligram THC beverage to a 15-year-old, and that whatever clerk is there that sells that beverage does so, I guess, out of their own conscience, there's nothing legally to prevent them from doing that right now.
That's correct.
Okay, if we pass your bill today, if we pass this bill that I know you've worked very hard on, and Representative Yancey on the other side in the House has worked very hard on this as well. If we pass this bill today, will we prevent that from happening?
Yes, you will. They'll require an ID.
Okay, and I know that we can argue as if we're lawyers in a court over what a previous bill said and allows and doesn't allow, but right now, are you aware of anyone that's being prosecuted for selling all of these products and beverages in the state of Mississippi?
No, sir, I'm not.
Do you believe that if it was illegal, that someone would have been prosecuted over these past several years when we've seen these problematic products be sold in Mississippi?
If they were illegal and the law was being enforced, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you think if we pass this bill and put these regulations on these products, specifically the beverages, and get the other products out of the stores, that it will be a better situation for children in Mississippi?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I believe you were asked about maybe urine testing with THC beverages. And again, I know this is probably something that everybody's already heard and understands in here, but I want to make sure. There are currently individuals that can buy 100 milligram THC beverages and go drive a truck if they were to do so. Is that correct?
They can, or they can drink a fifth of liquor and go drive a truck.
That's okay. So I understand that, and I think that what your bill is intended to do is to take some of those very high THC problematic products off the shelves, and not only that, but regulate these 5 milligram beverages in the same way that we currently regulate alcohol beverages. Is that correct?
How we regulate beer and light wine, light spirits.
So if this bill passes, if a clerk in a convenience store were to sell a 5 milligram THC beverage to someone under the age of 21, would they be subject to penalties, both maybe civil and criminal?
I'm not sure the details, but they would be subject to penalties and arrest and fines.
So would it be about the same as if a clerk in a convenience store were to sell an alcoholic beverage to a person under the age of 21?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're strengthening that and making this a safer situation than what it currently is by far, in my opinion. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Senator Blackwell, for your work
Senator
on
Barrett, for what purpose?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
I will.
Senator Barrett's recognized for a question on this bill.
Yes, brief question. Does this apply to vapes, THC vapes?
If they're sold, yes, sir.
Presumably, if I go into my...
I don't know all of these products, but I know they've got gummies, they've got vapes, they've got pre-rolls, and they have flour.
Okay.
So that would ban all those products.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
I'd like to speak on the bill.
Okay. Any other questions? Any other questions? Senator Seymour, for what purpose?
Question, Mr.
You,
President.
Senator?
I yield.
Senator Seymour is recognized for a question on this bill.
Mr. Chairman, you keep referring to this as not a recreational product, but in your own, in this bill, around line 6240, when you're talking about restructuring light product spirits.
Yes.
Are we not putting it in the same classification as beer, wine, and all?
We are.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator England?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one final question, I believe.
Senator Blackwell?
Yes.
Senator England's recognized.
Senator Blackwell, and look, I haven't read the Farm Bill either, but it's my understanding that the 2018 Farm Bill, a federal law, made these products legal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, to my understanding.
Okay, and other states are currently dealing with the same situation that we're dealing with now?
There are about 22 other states that are doing the same thing that we're doing.
Okay, would you agree with me that this bill that you have in front of us here today, after looking at all the research into the other states, that this would be, if not the most, one of the most restrictive laws that deal with these products?
It'll be one of the more conservative vehicles out there.
I believe so too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Senator Hill, you recognize to speak on the bill. Then we'll go back to Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think if you were paying attention, you heard Senator Blackwell tell me numerous times that this is legal now. What you're getting passed out is an Attorney General's opinion from September of 2024, September 9 of 2024, and it was requested by the Honorable Lee Yancey from the House of Representatives. And basically, the number one question, if you look on the first page, is it legal to sell hemp beverages in Mississippi? And her brief response is, Mississippi Code, Section 9731.5 states that it's unlawful unless otherwise legalized under state law to sell any drug, elixir, compound that when drunk to excess in the form sold will produce intoxication. Accordingly, because there is no state law that specifically legalizes hemp beverage, should a factual determination be made that hemp beverages would produce intoxication if drunk to excess, then the sale of the same would be unlawful. I think that's pretty clear, and I think in the bill, it's called intoxicating hemp beverage,
Right.
is it not? Right. So under current law, under 9731.5, which was sent as a response to Senator Lee Yancey, whose bill this is, by the way, that Senator Blackwell is presenting, he was told by the Attorney General of Mississippi, Lynn Fitch, that current law says hemp beverages are indeed illegal under 9731.5. So, based on her opinion and what that law says, you would be making it legal from illegal if you vote for this bill, because it is currently illegal under 9731.5. So consider what I just said, and consider the fact that the same person that has this bill trying to make this legal received this opinion from the Attorney General of the state of Mississippi in September of 2024. It is not legal now under state law. If you vote for this bill, you're making recreational THC legal. If it's an intoxicating beverage, it is currently illegal because it is not authorized under any piece of state law, including that hemp bill that was passed in 2020. Attorney General's office has gone through all the state codes, and they say that it is currently illegal. We should not be held hostage. I don't want somebody to come up here and say, if you don't vote for this, you're responsible for all these kids getting these gummies in these grocery stores. Well, you know what? I'm not responsible, because I didn't put these two things together, okay? We're being held hostage to try to legalize recreational THC drink in order to get some of these other products out of the convenience stores and quick stops. That is no way to do business. If we had a clean bill to get this garbage out of the convenience stores and quick stops, there would be no controversy. The controversy comes from being lied to from this podium about whether or not this is legal or illegal, and then being held hostage and saying we're the bad guy if we vote against this bill because we're leaving this stuff in here for another year, okay? I'm not the one who put this together, and I'm not going to be held hostage nor responsible, because I'm not the person that wanted to hold the entire legislature hostage to legalize intoxicating hemp. Thank you.
I think you have some questions, Senator. You yield the podium. No questions? Okay, Senator McMahon, what purpose?
I have a question for Senator Hill.
Senator Hill has yielded the podium.
So it's Senator Hill's position she's not going to take questions on it or debate?
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Let the chamber note it.
Senator Blackman, what purpose?
A question for Senator Blackwell, I guess.
Senator Blackwell, you yield?
Can I wave it off too? Go ahead, Senator.
Senator Blackwell, would you be surprised to know that the second page of the handout we just got says whether a hemp beverage when consumed in excess would produce intoxication is a determination of fact that is outside the scope of this opinion?
I don't have that in front of me, but if it...
It's on the second page, the last paragraph on that page.
I don't know anybody drinking to excess.
So despite what we were just told, that this opinion states that it's illegal, it also states that the determination it's using to make it illegal is outside the scope of this opinion. Would you agree with that characterization?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that again?
Despite that we were just told that this opinion states that those beverages are currently illegal, it also says that the determination it's using to make that is outside the scope of this opinion.
Yes, sir, and the other thing is, this is just an opinion.
Thank you.
Senator Sparks, okay, Senator Hickman, do you have a question, Senator Blackwell?
Yes, I have a question.
Did you yield, Senator?
I'll yield.
Senator
I had a
Hickman.
question. So, given this opinion, I'm not sure when it was written, but do you know of the AG or any other agency that's prosecuting people for?
No, sir, and to me, if it was illegal, they'd be doing something about it.
Do you know how many books we have on the law that are just there today, Senator?
No, sir.
There are thousands of them. Thank you.
Okay, see no further questions at this time, Senator.
Move for adoption by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Okay, well, Senator McClendon, Senator Sparks, Senator Barrett, Senator Parks, Senator Whaley, Senator DeBar, Senator Williams, Senator Parker, Senator Boyd, Senator Rhodes, Senator Tate, Senator Berry, Senator Seymour, Senator Hill, and Senator Suber. Anyone else wish to be? Senator Bryan, Senator Boyd, we have you. Senator Chisholm, Senator McCon. Senator, for what purpose?
To announce a pair.
Wait till we get the votes, if you would, first. Well, that's true. We got. I was going to ask you to read them back out, but that's okay. Go ahead and announce the pair.
If Senator Butler were here, he would be a aye. I am a no.
Okay, thank you. Now, I think that's all. Mr. Clerk, if you would, please read those votes back up. Who we got? Senator Younger, what purpose?
To the vote.
You recognize.
If Senator Carter were here, he would vote yea, and I vote nay.
Please record the pair. Senator Fillingham?
For a pair.
You recognize?
If Senator Chasnall was here, she would vote aye, I vote nay.
Okay, Senator Jordan, what purpose?
Again, if Senator Horn was here, he'd vote aye and I vote nay.
Okay. Please record the pair. It's going to be close. Okay, now, if you will, read those out, voting no and present.
Voting no or nay: Hill, Seymour, McClendon, Sparks, Barrett, Parks, Whaley, DeBar, Williams, Parker, Boyd, McCon, Chisholm, Bryan, Suber, Seymour, Berry, Tate, and Rhodes.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. A parliamentary inquiry before you announce the vote.
Yes, sir. And what is that?
Is this a 3/5 vote?
It is a 3/5 vote.
And could you tell the body what total number of votes we are applying the 3/5 to?
That's what they're doing now. Thank you. Okay, taking a 3/5 vote with 43 that would be counted after the pairs, 18 voting no, the bill has failed. Okay, we'll go to item number 60, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 60, House Bill 1505, have title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1505, Construction Manager at Risk Law, revised provisions related to selection of contractors and vendors for IHL.
Senator Parker.
We'll move we adopt the conference report and recognize Senator Harkins to explain the bill.
Senator Harkins, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the
general bill, isn't it? Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is the Construction Manager at Risk bill we took up early in this session, and basically it goes back to what we had talked about. The Construction Manager at Risk is a project delivery method where a construction manager guarantees a maximum price and may be involved before design completion. It allows IHL institutions to pick a construction manager. What this bill also allows for them to do is to kind of vet the subcontractors and make sure they're capable of doing the work, they qualify. In the language, there is, I'll give you the exact line. It states the qualifications for the project has to be published. It sets the construction manager up to qualify the subcontractors for the project. And this is on projects that are $25 million or greater. And it also allows, the one thing that they added that wasn't in our previous bill was it allowed for a self-performance option for the construction manager at risk, where they can perform some of the work, but it's capped at 15%. That's on line 335 to 337. It's a construction manager, its affiliates shall be only allowed to self-perform construction work on the project, not more than 15% of the project. So that is the explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
I see no questions, Senator.
No questions. Move final adoption on the morning roll call.
The Senator suggested use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Polk as no. Senator Turner, no. Senator Seymour, no. Senator Chisholm, no. Senator Hill, no. Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill has passed. We'll go to item 61, Senator Wiggins.
Go to item 61, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1509, District Attorney's revised salaries, a certain amount below Chancery and Circuit Courts.
Mr. President, my motion would be that we adopt the conference report and I'll be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the pay raises for our district attorneys, and two things that we've done. If you remember our bill, the Senate bill, had 50% of the circuit judges, and so we are going up to 95% of the salary authorized for judges, and that begins January 1st of 2026. So the DAs will be getting a raise. And actually what this is also doing is connecting our DAs to the judges. So if the judges get a raise, then the DAs will automatically get a raise on that. And with that, the House was actually at a higher range, but this fit with everything we were doing, and we're glad to give the DAs a raise. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? See no questions, Senator, a motion?
Move adoption on the morning roll call, Mr.
Senator
President.
suggested use of the morning roll call for final passage of the conference report. Is any senator object? I'm sorry. Question? Senator Polk?
Yes.
Do you yield Senator Polk for a question?
If this is his last question of his term in the Senate, no, yes, I do.
I'm not going to guarantee that.
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. When's the last time DAs got a raise?
My recollection is back, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay. When's the last time the legislature got a raise?
When we talked about that, I think it was 1987.
1987.
That we're operating under 1987 salary right now. The legislators are.
Have any attempts ever been made to increase the salary of the legislature?
My knowledge is that yes, there has been an attempt, but every time that we try to do it, what we hear is that you shouldn't be doing that, even though we've given raises to statewide officials, district attorneys, judges, the state employees, people like that.
Would it surprise you if I told you that my position is that we may not be getting the absolute best and brightest, and we would have a higher chance of officials running for office if this job paid what it actually is worth?
First, let me say, I think every person in here is the best and brightest. Okay, so I just want to be clear about that.
Now remember, I'm included.
But if we go by what we've done, And in the private sector, salary determines candidates and/or employees, which is what we are of the state. So no, that doesn't surprise me to do that. But I'll take it one step further, Senator Polk. I tell you what, go ask anybody's spouse in here. Ask them when they miss work, when they go and they're away from their families for 3 months, and their children. Senator McCon has a great son over here. He gets to bring, but he misses them too. Okay, and I would ask, when you're balancing your family budget, what that means and the sacrifices that you're making. It's a sacrifice, but I think that to your point, the legislators seem to be the only ones that don't get a raise around here.
And please understand that when I said best and brightest, I was including myself, and I'm about to go home. So they become the best and brightest around.
And the light is getting dimmer when you leave. Yes, that's for sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator England, for what purpose?
Mr. President, I had a question for an expected amendment from Senator Polk, but I guess I'll just refrain from asking any questions now. I wanted to support his amendment if he had one.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. All right, no other questions. The senator suggested use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call, except for Senator Berry as present. Please record all others by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed.
I ask that we pass item 62, Mr. President.
Pass item 62 and retain its place on the calendar. All right, we'll go to item 63. Senator Fillingham will pass and retain that item. Go to item 64. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Public Records Act exempts school district test security plans for administration of statewide student assessment program.
Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd be recognized to explain the conference report.
You are recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a conference report that I'll ask you to adopt this afternoon. And what it does, it's the same language as we passed the Senate earlier. What the House did is stuck a reverse repeal in it. They receded from that, and we have the Senate bill back on before us. This exempts test security questions from the Public Records Act. Basically, it's the test questions and answers, letter of recommendation, academic data, manuscripts, papers, school safety plans is also involved with that. But that is an explanation of the conference report. I'll yield for any questions.
See no questions, Senator.
Motion is we do adopt the conference report by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests we do adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the conference report is adopted. Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 65, call it up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2190, driver's license, amend provisions related to.
The motion is that we do adopt the conference report, and I'm happy to explain the report.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This conference report does essentially three things. It, at the request of the Director of Public Safety, Mr. Tyndall, it updates our code to reflect the current practices being employed at Department of Public Safety to issue driver's license, which is essentially going to electronic versus the old paper method. So in most of what you'll see throughout the conference report with the added language, it's updating essentially saying like emails and things that you can scan and send versus the old paper method of mailing it in with first class mail and that kind of stuff. The second piece, and this again was at the request of Commissioner Tyndall, is that previously you had the ability to place your firearm permits onto the face of the driver's license, but what he tells us is that people weren't doing that, and very few ever have, because the terms of the length of the driver's license versus the length of the firearm permit never synced up, except I think once every 20 years, because one's a 5-year and one's a 4-year. So unless you're willing to wait 20 years for it to sync up, it happens at the same time. Most people obviously prefer to have it, at the same time. So he's essentially saying that even though they wanted to offer that sort of as an option for convenience sake, it really never panned out because of the varying lengths of the terms between the permit life and the driver's license life. So he's asking that we remove that from the code. And finally, we did add Senator Hill's language from one of her previous bills that had passed the Senate but didn't pass the House in that iteration, and to which we add her language that states that on the sex of the driver's license reported of the person, that it would be synced up with the sex at birth of the person, not if the person ever changes his or her sex at some point in the future. That's the three things this conference report does. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I see no questions, Senator.
I move adoption by use of the morning roll call of the conference report.
Senator's suggested use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hickman, Senator Blackman, Senator Sarita Simmons, and the other Simmons, Derek Simmons. And Brumfield is present. Simmons, Sarita Simmons as present, not as no. And also Derek Simmons as present, Norwood as present also. Anyone else? Senator Jordan as present. Anyone else? Senator Frazier present. Anyone else? No others. There wasn't enough, was it? Sir? Not enough to make a difference. Based on those voting present and no, the bill or the conference report has, by use of morning roll call, has been adopted. Okay, we'll go to the next item.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's get item 66 called up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2211, Sexual Assault Victims' Right, amend provisions related to in order to qualify for federal STOP grant funds.
The motion is that we do adopt the conference report, and if you'll recognize Senator Hill to explain the report.
Senator Hill, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. The first part of this bill, Section 1, is exactly what we've passed through this body at least 2 times. It's a bill that the Attorney General's office had asked for on bringing Mississippi Sexual Assault Bill of Rights into federal compliance in order for us to receive those federal STOP grant funds. And so 3 things that it does in our statute. First, it says that victims have the right to be informed in writing of policies governing the collection and preservation of sexual assault evidence collection kits. And the second thing, it says that victims have the right to be informed of their rights under this subsection. So all that would require is just for a victim to be given a piece of paper that shows what their rights are under this law. The third thing is the right to receive written notification of intended destruction or disposal of a sexual assault evidence kit no later than 60 days before they would dispose of it. So those are the 3 things it adds to our victims' rights legislation. And then the Section 2 of the bill adds the part about hospitals performing sexual assault examinations and rape kits, and it basically requires each hospital in the state that operates an emergency department shall have at least one physician, advanced practice nurse, physician assistant, or registered nurse available at all times who is able to conduct forensic examinations of victims of sexual assault who present themselves or are brought into the emergency department for examination or treatment, and they would prepare sexual assault evidence collection kits for those victims. And so that's what it adds. It adds the House language that requires the hospitals to do the DNA kits on a sexual assault victim, and I was asked by the Hospital Association to tell you that they do not oppose any portion of this bill.
Senator Bryan, for what purpose?
A point of order.
Point of order? What is the point of order?
I make the point of order that the conference report contains a code section which was not in the bill when it passed the Senate, which is a violation of the joint rule.
It's not a new code section.
Hold on, please. Senator Bryan, your point is well taken. The conference report will be returned to conference. All right, we'll go to the next item, item 67. Senator Sparks. Pass and retain that item. 68, Senator Thompson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask we go to item number 68 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2263, approval of oyster leases by the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources Clarify Authority.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this was two technical corrections to our oyster bottom lease bill. I'm sure y'all are all tired of hearing about oysters and bottom leases at this point, but hopefully this is the end of it. First technical change was to clarify from the department has the authority to issue leases to people who lack experience to that the department may, in its discretion, issue such leases. That was something that was recommended by the governor's attorney and the department. The second correction or technical change was instead of requiring the department to lease out at least 80%, that they may lease out up to 80%, and that to clarify that anything that was not subject to lease shall be held out as public and continue to be fished by the public. That's a brief explanation of the conference report. I'm happy to answer any questions. If there are none, I move for adoption by the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests the use of morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Seymour as no. Senator Tate as no. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please, Senator Chisholm as no. Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the conference report is adopted. Now we'll go to item number 69, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call that up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2267, Mississippi Statewide Data Exchange Act create. What's that?
I'd like to ask that you recognize Senator Robinson to explain the conference report.
Senator Robinson, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Conference Committee adopted the Senate position on Senate Bill 2267 as we passed the bill. Senate Bill 2267 directs the Mississippi Department of Technology Services to conduct a comprehensive study on the technical, operational, and legal aspects of a statewide data exchange. If there are no questions, I move to adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests the use of morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the conference report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Item number 70, Senator Johnson.
Yes, I'd like to have the title read, please.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2271, Mississippi Wireless Communication Commission moved to the Mississippi Emergency Management Agency.
Would you please recognize Senator Delano to explain?
Senator Delano is running off. Senator Delano, you're recognized to explain.
I missed all that, but thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this deals with the... Gummit, I did it.
Please put the thumb on his desk.
I'm reading this. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this deals with the Mississippi Wireless Commission. As we've discussed in the prior discussions of this bill, we are picking up the WCC, the Wireless Commission, out of ITS, moving it over to MEMA. And the conference report is a little bit different than what we discussed because we are doing away with the Wireless Commission and we're utilizing a board that is being created in a bill that we will discuss later today, or a conference report we'll discuss later today for NG 911. This Wireless Commission will be managed by a subcommittee of that board. So we've corrected that in here. MEMA will, and the executive director will be the ultimate authority with the Wireless Commission, and this also includes
the general bill legislation required for the appropriations component of that. That's an explanation of the report, and I will yield to my wonderful members for any questions.
Senator, I see no questions.
I move for passage or adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call.
The senator suggests to use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator, did you have another statement before I announce the final?
No, go ahead, sir.
All right. Please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the conference report's been adopted. Now, Senator Delano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask for immediate consent to go back to item number 58 on today's calendar and have that title read, please.
With no objection, we'll go back to item 58 on the calendar. If no objection, please read the title.
House Bill number 1491, Cloud Center of Excellence, established for phased-in cloud computing and storage by state agencies and governing authorities.
Mr. President, my motion would be that we recommit this bill for further work. We received a message from the House that it has been recommitted.
Motion is to recommit conference report. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Conference report's been recommitted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Delano. We're now on item 71, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would you have number 71 title read?
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2289, State Employee Telework Policies, amend.
My motion would be to recommit for further conference. Received a message from the House that this bill's been recommitted.
The motion is to recommit. No questions. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. Ayes have it. The bill's been recommitted. We'll go to item 72. Senator Wiggins.
Go to item 72, please. Call that up. Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2328, Property Authorized Removal of Squatters, amend Eviction Statutes, prohibit discrimination.
My motion is that we do adopt the conference report, and I'll be allowed to explain, Mr. President.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. In this bill, this is the bill that we passed dealing with squatters, and in the conference report, the conference report has what we passed, and then the House, let me put it this way, the conference report has what we passed minus the amendment that Senator Horn put in, and then the conference report has what the House put in at Section 5, which is dealing with applying this to our recreational vehicle parks to be able to address the squatters that are an issue there. And so Section 5 is taking the House's language on RV park and applying that to the squatters. And in that language, a warrant has to be issued, the officer has to serve the warrant, and then they have to go through the proper judicial processes that you do on the others. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I see no questions, Senator.
My motion is to adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
The senator suggests to use morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Derek Simmons. Senator Turner. Senator Barnett. Senator Blackman. Senator Thomas. Senator Frazier. Senator Brumfield. Senator Sarita Simmons. And Senator Jordan. Senator Hickman. Senator Norwood. Anyone else? Senator Hickman, I have you. Oh, Jackson. Wow. Okay. Johnson, I almost got you on that one, didn't I? Okay, anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present. I use the morning roll call. The conference report's adopted. Okay. So we're going to item 73. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 73, Senate Bill 2386. Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2386, Medicaid Reimbursement Services, Beneficiaries, Hospital Assessment, and related provisions, bring forward sections related to.
Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to adopt the conference report. Ask to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2386 is a vehicle that we had drafted earlier in the session to be able to respond to any federal changes regarding Medicaid. As it turned out, we needed this vehicle because the governor vetoed Senate Bill 2867. So basically what we did is we took everything that was in 2867 and we rolled it over into 2386, and then we addressed the three major issues that the governor had questioned. One of the first things we did, again, we removed some of the proposed language that required the division to allow physicians employed or contracted to any hospital to participate in any Medicare UPL program. So we've amended that to allow UMMC, who is currently the only hospital participating, for them to continue, and for the department to conduct a study over the summer as to how we can incorporate these other physicians into the UPL. We removed proposed language that replaced the entire portion in order to request that the department maximize total federal funding for MAEP. I'm sorry, for not MAEP, for MHAP. And we, instead of authorizing the division to extend its enterprise system for 5-year periods, we reduced that down to a 2-year period. And we did some other conforming of the bill just to adapt it. That's an explanation of the conference report. I'll yield for questions.
Senator Blunt, what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Blunt?
Yes.
Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What are the services that were in the bill vetoed by the governor that are not provided for in this conference report?
Zero.
So the services that...
Everything that was in the other bill, we brought forward into this bill. So all the services that we had, everything moved over. The only thing we changed was dealing with some of the payment methodologies.
For physicians, I heard you say that.
For physicians, right. And we also want to make sure that we maximize our taxes to give the best reimbursement we can to our providers.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Blackwell.
You're welcome.
Okay, I see no further questions, Senator.
Move adoption by the...
I'm sorry, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. You yield, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have you gotten a cost on this measure that we've got before us?
No, sir, not on this one, but I had the previous one, and it was $6 million.
For the
total over $6
total
million.
package in this?
Our cost, the state's cost, was $6 million.
Okay.
And since getting that, we ended up reducing some of the services. Like, for instance, we had ambulatory surgery centers getting paid at 100% of Medicare. We reduced that down to 90.
Okay, and I'm going to follow up on Senator Blunt's question because I didn't quite understand the response. What's different, or what was changed in response to the governor's veto that makes you believe that, and the conferees believe that this bill would not also get a veto?
Well, it was the handicap language that we had put on the department pretty much going forward, and so we've restricted it to 1 year where they can't change the reimbursement formulas for the hospitals.
What about the other issues? I heard the veto message read the other day. The UMMC issue was on there. I think there may have been a Tennessee hospital issue on there, and I think it was the item that you just addressed. What about those other items?
Well, the Tennessee Hospital is still in there, and we've addressed the UMMC language. So inadvertently, when we passed the bill, and we had already looked at correcting it, but the understanding or the interpretation was that the UPL payment that UMMC currently gets, which is about $35 million, I think, would have been taken away from them. The way we had, from the way Medicaid interpreted the bill. So we've restored that so that they're not impacted.
Okay, and this conference report is otherwise identical to what we had previously passed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Okay, no other questions. The senator suggests the use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye, and the conference report is adopted. We'll go now to item 74, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 74, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2452, Child Support, create presumption that support continues past the age of majority for a disabled child.
My motion is that we adopt the conference report, and I ask that you allow Senator Boyd to explain the conference report.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that has come before us for a number of years, and we were delighted that the House decided to take this bill up, and this is the report of the conference committee. This bill is child support for a disabled child past the age of majority, and what the bill does is, just to remind you, it allows for child support of a disabled child after the age of majority on a number of conditions. The disability has to have been present while the child is a minor. They have to, the judge has to consider the child's receipt of public benefits and awarding any type of child support. The judge also has to make a determination that the child was disabled before they reach the majority. There has to be a hearing on the matter. There has to be a guardian ad litem appointed. They have to have either two physicians or a licensed physician and a licensed psychologist, nurse practitioner, physician's assistant. It goes through a number of safeguards to make sure that this process is not abused. And we will now, if we pass this, we'll join about 43 other states in making this the law. So that's a brief explanation of the bill, and I'm happy to entertain questions, Mr. President.
Senator Parker, for what purpose?
Briefly speak on the conference report.
You're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is one of those bills that has been around for a number of years. I introduced this bill, I believe, 10 years in a row. I want to thank Senator Hobson, Senator Tindall, Senator Sally Doty, and Senator Wiggins for all bringing this bill up and working on it over the last 10 years. We have gotten this bill very close to the finish line many, many times. This year, I realized that we had an author problem instead of a bill problem, and so I want to thank Senator Boyd for taking the charge on this bill this year. This is something that has been needed. The courts asked us to do this. Senator Wiggins had a task force with the Supreme Court. I know, went over there and met with them, and this was a recommendation out of that task force. This is an example of legislation that takes a long time to get there, but is going to have an impact for these disabled children. And I'm very proud of the work that's been done on this, and I ask that you support the adoption of this conference report. Thank you.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized for a motion.
I move that we adopt the conference report by the use of the morning roll call.
The senator suggests to use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting. Senator Hill is present. Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye, and the conference report has been adopted. We'll go to item number 75. Senator Wiggins.
Go to item 75, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2482, Mississippi Electronic Court System Revised Provision Related to Access.
My motion is that we adopt the conference report and be allowed to explain, Mr. President.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. This was the bill that allowed public defenders and county prosecutors access to the MEC, which is the statewide computer system for courts. And we did have some amendments that were made, 2 amendments that were made in committee and sent that to the House. But with Senator Suber's work and a couple others, we determined that wasn't needed. And so we receded from that and went with simply allowing the public defenders and county prosecutors to have free access to when it comes to indigent defendants. And with that, be open to any questions, and if not, would move adoption on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Seeing no questions, the senator suggested use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the conference report is adopted. We'll go to item number 76, Senator Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would call up item 76 and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2517, Mississippi Intercollegiate Athletics Compensation Rights Act and Uniform Athletics Agent Act bring forward.
Senator Boyd.
Thank you. My motion is going to be that we adopt the conference report. Permission to explain?
You're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you. This is what we commonly refer to as the NIL bill that we have told y'all for a number of years now that we will be coming back to you probably yearly with updates and changes. This year we have a number of changes on that. We have changed the definitions in line 49 through 61 on a couple of issues in regards to athletics financial aid agreement, athletics related revenue, and revenue sharing agreements. These kind of update with what our many of our surrounding states and states across the country are doing. We also, if you will look at, we've also, in addition to that, we have outlined what universities can do in regards with students, particularly in regards to portal transfers. We've also ensured that no state funding will be used for this compensation in lines 170. And then we also have provisions in here to really outline what are really unethical practices and dealings with athletes wanting to transfer, when and when you can't talk to them, and matters of that. That is a very brief explanation of the bill. Mr. President, I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, Senator Barrett, what purpose?
Question.
You yield Senator Barrett for a
Yes.
question. Senator Barrett.
Thank you, Senator Boyd, for your hard work on this bill. Does this, and I know some states have taken a look at taxing compensation that they've received or not taxing that compensation. I was just curious if this legislation in any way affects the taxation of that.
No, sir, it does not.
Thank you.
Senator Norwood, what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Norwood.
Yes.
Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Boyd. Did you, NC2A, did you mention something regarding transfer?
What we've done is one of the things that we really have looked at is when you can and you can't talk to an athlete, and when you can start working with them and somebody's like in the transfer portal. And so we've adopted language in there to make sure that they're really also, I'm saying it's unethical, but you don't need to talk to an athlete unless they have given a firm commitment that they're in the transfer portal. A university doesn't need to be negotiating with that athlete until they have already formally started that process.
And that is in compliance with NC2A regulation?
We are in full compliance with the NCAA and also with the our conferences now are going to go to, a lot of this is going to be regulated by conference. That's what this is kind of moving to instead of the NCAA. And so those would be very much in line with what our conference is doing.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Senator Seymour, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Seymour.
Yes.
Senator Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Line 60, when you're talking about revenue sharing agreement, are you referring to the monies that a particular athlete can get by endorsement or whatever means?
Yes, sir, and there's some ability now with the universities on certain athletics-related revenue that they can share those revenues with athletes. And so that's what that is referring to, is there's a formal revenue sharing agreement of what they can do with the athletes and not do with the athletes.
Okay, that's from the IHL to the athlete, not if the athlete went out and got a personal advertising agreement. Right. They're still entitled there.
Yes.
Full.
What you're seeing more and more, just kind of as a practical application, used to, when we first started doing this legislation, there had to be almost arm's length from the institutions with the athlete. Now those walls have kind of come down because they didn't work, quite frankly, and you had people being taken advantage of. And so now what you see more of is you see the universities working hand in hand with their athletes and really educating them on what they need to be negotiating for, what they need to be looking at. And so we are teaching our athletes in the process to really be better managers of their finances and everything like that. So that's why, so it's been actually very helpful to the college athlete to see those walls being broken down and to be able to see them being able to be aggressively helped and learn in this process, which I think is part what a university's job should be.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator Boyd has suggested use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call. Present for Senator Blackman. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye, and a conference report is adopted. Okay, Senator Boyd.
I ask that we go to item 77, SB 2518, and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2518, Public-Private Partnerships, allow IHL Board to lease on behalf of public institutions of higher learning.
Mr. President, my motion is going to be that we adopt the conference report, and I yield the podium to Senator Delano to explain the bill.
Senator Delano, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is a conference report that I'd like to make a motion for us to adopt that will address public-private partnerships. If you remember, we had a very specific bill for one IHL, Mississippi or Ole Miss, to do a particular public-private partnership on their campus, and we had a companion bill that would allow other entities to do it. There was some discussion about that. There was a lot of controversy, and what we decided to do and what is reflected in this conference report is a little bit different than what we originally passed out of this chamber. And this requires the Institute of Higher Learning to provide to the legislature on or before October 1 of this year a list of policies, procedures, and a list of recommended legislative changes for the purpose of promoting and completing public-private partnerships between the institutions of higher learning and public entities. And what that really does is that gives the board an opportunity to review this a little bit better than what we have been able to do with our general bill language, provide a report back to us, and then we'll be able to make a recommendation or be able to take their recommendations and make changes as necessary. The other thing that we did was we made it a little bit easier for our community colleges to do R&R work on their campuses. Years ago, there was a carve-out for, when I say carve-out, is actually an exemption for IHL, or excuse me, for the community colleges to use or be required to use DFA to complete any type of R&R projects that exceeded $1 million in cost. Because of the cost increases that we've seen over the past number of years, we've increased that to $3 million. That's included in this conference report, and that is an explanation. I'll yield for any questions.
See no questions, Senator.
I would move for adoption of this conference report based on the morning roll call. Thank you.
The senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the conference report is adopted. Now we'll go to item 78, Senator Johnson.
Yes, I'd like to have the title read, please.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2573, Department of Tourism, create.
Would you recognize Senator Thompson to explain the conference report?
Senator Thompson, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The conference report this is the bill that created the Department of Tourism that we passed earlier this session. It went to conference, and the only two changes that were made in the conference report were in Section 9 and Section 10. Section 9 was added at the request of DFA in order for the Department of Information Technology and the State Personnel Board should have the power necessary to carry out the creation of the Department of Tourism. I think that's more technical language. And Section 10 was to conform with the tax provisions in HB 1 that was passed and signed into law a few weeks ago. That's a brief explanation of the conference report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Seeing no questions, Senator, motion?
Motion is to adopt the conference report on the morning roll call.
The senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the conference report is adopted. Oh, we had someone. You were no? I'm sorry, I didn't see your light or see your hand. Okay, Senator Hill is no. All others present by use, Senator Chisholm now is no. Okay. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as the voting aye, and the conference report is adopted. Now we'll go to item 79. Senator England.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to go to item number 79 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2654, in-person early voting allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. President, I ask to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll notice directly in Section 1 of this bill is no longer titled the In-Person Early Voting Act. This is the In-Person Excused Voting Act. And what that means is that in order to vote early or to vote in person, you have to have an excuse as you do currently. However, on Section 3, you'll note that instead of 45 days for in-person excused voting, we're allowing for 22 days of in-person excused voting. That section also allows for clerks to use alternate locations. We heard from some of our circuit clerks that they were worried about the room and that was available to them. So what we've allowed them to do is to select a different space or a courtroom or a boardroom that is in the same government-owned or government-leased building that houses the registrar's office or adjacent to that location. And that location has to be approved by the Secretary of State. That's also in Section 3. And there has to be a written request made by the Board of Supervisors and by the clerks, by the registrar. Section 4 states that if you have a valid excuse, you will show up at the registrar's office or the alternate location, show your valid photo ID. The registrar will note that in SIMS, which is the Statewide Elections Management System, as voted IPE, and it will mention the excuse that you gave that allowed you to do that. Paragraph 2 describes the valid excuses that are available. That goes A through O in the alphabet, so there's several valid excuses. There was really only one added and one exception, or one change made to another excuse. On line 141, you'll see that if you anticipate being out of work or being on call, you meet the requirement to have an excuse to vote in person excused. And on 148, if you're a caretaker or a parent or guardian of a disabled person, elderly person, or have a minor child or children, and you expect to be unavailable to vote on Election Day, you now have an excuse. I spoke with a few members here that said, listen, if I'm bringing someone to the courthouse, can I they have the excuse for being disabled. I'm their caretaker. Can I vote as well? And now the answer is yes. If you have that person with you, I thought that was a very good reason, and we were able to get that into this conference report. Paragraph 3 of that section states that all votes that are cast in person and excused are final votes. And the reason is because once you show your valid photo ID and you're printed a ballot, that ballot goes into, if machines are available, the OMR machines are available, they go into that machine as a cast ballot. Those ballots are then tabulated and announced simultaneously on Election Day with the other votes. So there is no more waiting period for, like we have currently with in-person absentee. With in-person excused voting, those votes are final and they are counted on the night of. On Section 5, the registrar, this is another thing that we heard from our clerks. Under Section 5, the registrar can request the Board of Supervisors to allow one or more elections commissioners to assist during in-person excused voting period, and any of the elections commissioners that do show up or that do get selected to help or are asked to help, they can be paid the same per diem that they're paid on Election Day, which, as you all know from a bill we passed earlier this year that the governor has signed, that will be $35 more than they make currently. But those are very well qualified individuals that have access to SIMS, so I think that was a very good solution to that issue. Section 6 allows for poll watchers. I know that was a question that I received previously. Section 7 still allows the Secretary of State to promulgate rules to assist with in-person excused voting and to make it work properly. And importantly here, Section 10 does away with the 5-day rule. The 5-day rule for mailed-in ballots. All ballots must now be received by 7 p.m. on Election Day. That's an explanation of the conference report. I would point out, I know that the title of that was read earlier and that it's on the calendar says in-person early voting, but this is in-person excused voting. I'm happy to answer any questions on the conference report.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
I have a question.
You yield to Senator Jordan.
I certainly do.
Senator Jordan,
you say 5 days after is not allowed anymore?
That's correct, Senator Jordan. That's subject to a ruling that just came down from the Fifth Circuit. So that's already been determined by the courts that they must be received on Election Day. We passed a bill that was going to do away with that last year, 52-0 in here. But here now, since we've got the court order, we're going ahead and putting it back in.
I was just thinking in terms of someone in service overseas someplace and they may come in late.
So there's actually specific rules under, I believe it's UACAVA is the acronym for individuals overseas, and those individuals have specific measures of getting their ballots in on time to make sure that they can do it.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much for your question, Senator Jordan. My motion, Mr. President, if there are no other questions, is for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Well, thank you, but we do have another question. Senator Seymour, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Seymour.
I do, yes.
This will still be done at the clerk's office, right?
Well, so it will be allowed in only one location, and that typically will be the registrar's office, but which is the clerk. When listening to some of the clerks, they said, listen, some of our offices are very, very small. So what we have allowed for them to do here is to choose an alternate location that's either within the building that their office is located or in an adjacent building. And before they can do that, they have to have written requests made to the Board of Supervisors and to the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of State has to okay that one alternate location. But it's only one location, and it's either in the building of the clerk's office or it's adjacent to the building with the clerk's office, and it's got to be a government-owned or leased building.
And the parties will be notified to where if they want poll watchers?
Yes, Senator Seymour, that's in the bill that they have to have it, I believe, 8 days. I could go find the line and I'll get with you on it. But yes, they do. The public does have to be notified early enough to be able to know where to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Seymour.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator suggests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all. Oh, Senator Chisholm, Senator Sparks. Anyone else? Senator Whaley, Senator Williams, Senator McMahon, Senator Berry, Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll calls, voting aye, and the conference report has been adopted. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask if we could suspend the rules to go back to an item earlier on the calendar.
What item, sir?
I believe it's item 40. Yes, item 40, House Bill number 811, Mr. President.
Senator's request that we suspend the rules, go back to item 40. Anyone object? Seeing no objection, we'll go back to item 40. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for that title to be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 811, Candidate Qualifications, Revised Process for.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. President, I've asked to be recognized to explain the conference report, and my motion will be that we adopt the conference report.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, we passed this a few weeks ago, so I'm just going to hit on what the changes are in the conference report. On lines 143 to 144, any person qualifying to seek office will need to sign an affidavit under penalty of perjury stating that the candidate certifies that he or she meets those qualifications. Lines 161 to 173 state that there are fines that will be applicable for any late written statements that are filed with the Secretary of State. It's $500. It's a $500 fine per late statement, and that's capped at $2,500 for the late statements. On lines 228 to 241, along with the residency requirements that we already have, and I've already mentioned this. This is a major component of this bill that we passed previously. The person cannot have voted outside of their jurisdiction during the time period necessary for residency. And on line 626 to 683, that outlines the appeals process for appealing a decision of the Elections Commission, and that is an explanation of the conference report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Senator Derek Simmons, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I raise a point of order.
State your point of order.
This conference report contains sections of the bill that was not actually passed the House of Origin.
Hold on. Yes, Senator Simmons, Senator Derek Simmons, would you state your point of order again, please? Senator Simmons, would you point?
The area that deals with the fines of this conference report deal with the fines. Hold on, let me go to it.
I believe that's lines 161 to 173. Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, that language starting at 161 with the $500 fine and the $2,500.
So the point of order is what, please, sir?
This language on line 161 through. Okay.
Senator Simmons, if you would just state your point of order.
My point is the language. The language, Mr. President, at lines 161 through 177.
Okay.
That's what they're asking to rephrase as a point of order.
That's the language I'm objecting to.
This section.
But the code section in the section immediately before that in the conference report, Mr. President, is 2315-299.
Well, it's going to be 2315-299, so that's section 1.
So your point of order is that it's not germane to the bill?
It's not on the Senate version, this language was taken out so that the House version was not subject to a point of order. As I understand it, this language now has been added in the conference report.
The code section is in the Senate amendment, so your point is not well taken. Now, we'll go to a question, Senator Michelle.
Yeah, if he's recognized, I yield to Senator Michelle.
Do you have a question, Senator Michelle? Senator Michelle. His mic isn't on. Senator, will you borrow one of your colleagues' mics, please? Okay. Senator Michelle, for what purpose? Senator Fillingane.
For a question, please.
There we go.
There you go. You yield Senator Michelle for a question.
I do yield, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Franklin, what elective offices does this apply to?
This applies to anyone qualifying for office in the state of Mississippi, I believe, but if you'll give me 1 second, I'll check on that. Okay, Senator Michelle, I'm sorry, I just wanted to confirm that was correct. Yes, it applies to all candidates.
Okay, you mentioned fines for documents not being filed on time. Isn't that already the law? How does that differ from what we do now?
Those are the written statements that are filed with the Secretary of State that have to be filed on time. Okay, so that applies for everyone that files with the state party, Senator Michelle. So when you file with the state party then turns in to the Secretary of State. If they don't file those on time, then they are fined $500 per written statement up to $2,500.
And is that a list of qualified people that the party has certified to run for election?
Yes, yes. So if the party certifies them and then turns those in late, then yes, it will be a fine for doing that.
Right,
and so it will be statewide, because obviously you only apply statewide or higher, our district, like we do when we apply at a state party or higher. Those are the ones that fine applies for.
Okay, so how would it affect the campaign finance report not being filed properly on time?
It has nothing to do with that in this bill, Senator.
Nothing at all.
Okay, we did pass a bill earlier this year that had some language for campaign finance reform, but those died in committee in the House, so we didn't get those changes.
Okay, and you
made.
said this applies to all elections, but it probably would not apply to municipal elections, would it?
It would not, because they do not have to file
through the party.
They don't have a state party or a party that files with the Secretary of State's office by a certain deadline.
Do you like this bill?
I do like this bill.
Okay,
yes. We've worked on it a pretty good bit, and of course, I would have rather had a weekend to work with my counterparts in the House, but instead I only got one afternoon, and we did the best we could during that amount of time.
Senator Turner, for what purpose?
I have a question.
Do you yield, Senator Turner?
I do yield, yes.
Senator Turner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How often does this occur that these reports are not received on time?
So these reports only occur every 4 years, so the next time would be 2027, because that's the next time we have state and district-wide elections.
No, I mean historically, how many times have they been received late by the Secretary of State's office?
I don't know that, Senator.
And so as I understand, the intent of the bill around 161 and after it is to fine the party, the state executive committee?
That's correct. And I will say that in the House version, that it was a $500 fine. It was not capped, and so one thing that we did negotiate into was we capped that at $2,500 instead of $500 per written statement.
And so we don't know in the past 4 years if these reports were filed late?
I know it happened at least one time during the last election, so 2023, it happened. There were some forms that were turned in late, and the intent of this is to avoid that happening in the future.
So what happened?
There were no fines. It was just, there were no fines.
How late were the reports filed?
I believe they were filed the next day after the deadline. In that instance, and Senator Turner Ford, I've got to tell you, I'm not 100% on that, but I do know that was one instance that it happened in 2023. The reports were due, I believe, it had a 5 p.m. deadline, which we were, of course, all watching that ran for re-election, and then there were some forms that were not turned in until after that deadline. And of course, the issue is having rules, and we have a reason and a system by which those have to be turned in, and when they're late, it just draws some issues and some concern amongst others with something that's very important for everyone, and that's qualifying for office.
And I do not know this, so what is the time period that the candidates must file versus when these reports must be submitted to the Secretary of State's office?
I believe, and I will double check, but I will state this, that I believe that the deadline is the same. But obviously, if a party has a deadline by which you need to go get certified, they still have to have it over to the Secretary of State's office, their list of candidates that the executive party has qualified to the Secretary of State's office by that 5 p.m. deadline.
You say that you believe the deadline is the same?
I believe they're the same.
And so if the deadline is the same and the candidate has the same deadline as the state executive committee, then will the state executive committee be penalized if the candidate has met the deadline, but those reports have not been transmitted to the Secretary of State's office?
That's correct. That's a correct understanding as I have read the bill, yes.
And so we understand that we would be penalizing the state executive committee for the actions of a candidate, and yet the candidate has complied with the law.
That's correct. And I believe what would need to happen, of course, the state parties or the executive parties are their own entity. They're not part of the state. in order to give themselves time to properly qualify candidates. They may want to readjust their process by which you can qualify within that party. But I do believe, as I've stated, that I think the deadlines are the same.
And the conference report indicates that the Secretary of State shall assess, so there is no discretion.
There's no discretion, and that was done on purpose. We, regardless of who the Secretary of State is, we wanted to make sure that this applied equally all across the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Turner Ford, thank you for your questions.
Okay, see no further questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Turner. Anyone else? Seeing Senator Blackman, Senator Sarita Simmons, Senator Jordan, Senator Frazier, Senator Jackson, Senator Hickman, Senator Derek Simmons, and Senator Barnett, and Senator Thomas. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others as voting aye by use of morning roll call, and the conference report's been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, if I may, just for one moment, at the risk of getting ahead of myself here, this very likely ends the work of the Elections Committee this year, and I would just like to say my thank yous.
Number 80.
Would like to say my thank yous to my committee members, Senators Blackwell, who is my very great vice chairman, Senators Blunt, Bryan, Chazanall, Fillingane, Frazier, Parker, and Tate, who put up with me as a chairman, even as the junior member of the committee. It's a brain trust of a committee that I'm so lucky to chair. I would like to thank Ms. Holly Robertson, our policy advisor. Allison Bradshaw is our staff attorney, who did a fantastic job, especially running around yesterday, and Ms. Pat Trowles, who none of us could have done anything without. She's an excellent legislative assistant for elections. I want to thank them all. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator England. Thank Elections Committee for their hard work this year. We'll go to Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins, we're on 80.
Go to, go to item 80, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2767, the Mississippi Opioid Settlement Fund Advisory Council create.
My motion will be that we adopt the conference report, and I ask that you allow Senator Boyd to explain, Mr. President.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the opioid settlement fund advisory task force, and what the bill does, there's very little changes than when we presented the first bill. What it does with the opioid money that the state has gotten, we have designated, very similar to what they have done in many states, we have designated a council that has voting members and advisory members. Those voting members will make formal recommendations to the legislature on how those opioid settlement dollars should be expended to diminish our opioid crises within the state. Additionally, there are a number of advisory members from every sector that you can think of. In regards to being on this task force, we have everybody from public safety, child protection services, medical individual. We have individuals from the courts. We have individuals from mental health. We have people from the community mental health centers. We have intervention courts. We have ambulance alliance members, and we have representatives from the House and the Senate on this. So they will make recommendations to the legislature and give us priority listings on how we should expend those funds and develop a plan for us to do that. That is an explanation of the bill, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
I ask that we adopt by the use of the morning roll call.
One moment, please. Senator Hill, are you good? Senator Hill, for what purpose? All right, Senator, were you for a question from Senator Hill? Senator Hill is recognized.
I am not totally familiar with this settlement fund, but I had gotten a couple of texts from some folks in local government that seemed to think that there was some money available for them. Do you know anything about that?
Yes, Senator Hill. So the settlement funds that came in, there's 15% that goes to local governments. There is 15% that will go to state governments that were considered non-abatement funds. And then the rest of that money is what this task force will be doing and overseeing.
Okay.
So
But the state, what the locals are supposed to be able to get, do you know how they're supposed to go about getting that?
I can give you some information on that. So
Okay, but this doesn't have any effect on what they're supposed to get?
this has
Okay.
no effect on
Thank
this
you.
whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Seeing none, on the motion, Senator?
Yes, sir. I think I made a motion that I asked that we adopt by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none, this passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Boyd. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins?
Pass.
Pass. 81, pass and retain. Senator Delano, we're on 82, Senate.
Yes, I'd like to have item number 82, Senate Bill 2835, be recognized and after the title is read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2835, Mississippi Emergency Communications Act, create.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'd like to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain the conference report,
Thank
Senator.
you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a conference report on the NG 911 bill that we've talked about quite a bit over the past couple of years. We finally got it to this point and stage. The only difference in this report from what we discussed previously is that we've added some language to address the appropriations, general bill requirements for transferring some of these funds and moving some CMRS funds. Also, we changed the effective dates of this particular bill to coincide with the language in the bill for when fees will be collected and remitted to DOR. We are also repealing code sections in timing that is consistent with the new fees that are being charged so that it rolls as efficiently as possible and with as least interruption to the county's emergency management offices as possible. And that is an explanation of the bill, and I will yield for any questions. And it's a conference report, but y'all know that.
Okay, questions on the bill?
Conference report.
Conference report?
If there are no questions, I'll move for adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Of course, voting no. Present? No. Hill. No. Chisholm. Anyone else present? Seeing none, Senator Robinson, you're recognized. We're on 83, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please have the title read for item number 83,
Mr.
Senate
Clerk.
Bill 2849.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill 2849, Economic Development Incentives Require Agreements to Secure Employee Freedom and Privacy Regarding Unionization Decisions.
I move for adoption of the conference report, and I would like to be recognized to explain the conference report.
Senator Robinson, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you. The conference committee adopted the Senate position on Senate Bill 2849 that we passed on February the 11th. This bill states that whenever economic development incentives are sought by a private business, benefits shall be conditioned on the private business agreeing to its employees' right to a secret ballot election when recognizing a local organization as a labor organization as a bargaining unit. This bill does not affect any contracts already in place, only going forward. If there are no questions, Mr. President, I move to adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Senator Bryan. For what purpose, sir?
Question.
Question, Senator. Will you yield for Senator Bryan?
Yes.
Senator Bryan is recognized for a question on the bill.
My understanding is that employer-employee relations are governed to a large extent by the National Labor Relations Act and the National Labor Relations Board. Wouldn't whatever rules they have supersede whatever is in this conference report?
If you'll note on the bill. It reads on item line 26 that the legislature finds that the state of Mississippi, as part of its economic development policy, has the right to set terms and conditions in connection with the awarding of economic development incentives. So, Senator, this has to do with economic development incentives. If a company, a business, a private business would like to have those economic incentives, then they need to have a secret ballot election.
But if that is prohibited by federal law, does that mean that no employer will qualify for the exemption?
So I'm not sure that I understand your question, but I'll answer.
If the National Labor Relations Board says whether it's a good policy or a bad policy,
yes,
if they say that you can have a union by this check off or sign up, if they do that, regardless of the merits of that, I don't think that an employer has the ability to disregard the rules of the NLRB, just as if they say that you must have a secret ballot, the employer wouldn't have the ability to disregard the rules. So I'm wondering if we're putting an employer in a position of adopting, I mean, I just can't imagine that the federal law allows employers to decide this matter. There may be something I'm missing.
I'm not sure what you might be missing, but for over 50 years, the NLRB had a process that you're speaking about that companies went through to recognize a labor union. In 2023, there was a landmark law case with a cement company named CMix, and that company, what it said was that labor unions could be recognized if there were enough authorization cards signed, or if there were enough employees who said they were interested in a union, or if there were enough who signed a petition. So at this point, it is this would still be in alignment, what this conference report is would still be in alignment with what the Labor Relations Board requires at this point.
Thank you, Senator Bryan. Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. To speak on the bill at the proper time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else, any questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator Barnett, you're recognized to speak on the bill. Senator Robinson, you'll follow.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I enjoy disc golf league from Jones County. But we do realize at some point we do disagree, and this is one of those cases where we strongly disagree. When we as this body think about unions, we think of those people in a very negative way, because we are thinking that unions only want other people to just give, and that's not the truth. I am a proud union member, and many of you who are sitting right here today have many proud union members in your districts. They may be bricklayers, they may be plumbers, they may be painters, they may be welders, they may be whatever it is, but these are the same people who help make Mississippi what it is by our labor force. And this bill here is an anti-labor bill. So all of you all today, and many may not be paying attention to anything I'm saying, because your mind may already be made up on how you're going to vote, because this may be a party vote to some. But there are many members who are watching what we do today. They're not a member of a party, but they're a member of a labor movement. And these people will remember how we feel about them when we take this vote. To take away their right to do business as a union, as they have always done. And many of you who are sitting here today, without calling any names or saying anything, has had the support and the backing of union members for the very office or the very seat that you hold today. And I'm asking you to not tell them that we don't care or they don't matter. And I'm asking you to vote no on this piece of legislation. Because again, this is against labor, and this is against working men and women in the state of Mississippi. When we voted to eliminate the income tax, that was a tax to help the working people of the state of Mississippi. Let's continue that movement by voting against this piece of legislation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Senator Bryan.
For a question?
From Senator Barnett? From Senator Barnett, sir?
Yes.
Senator Bryan's recognized for a question.
I was just trying to understand the statement you made about abolishing the income tax. You said when we abolished the income tax, that was a tax that helped the working people of Mississippi. Did you mean the tax helped the working people, or did you mean abolishing the tax helped the working people?
Either one.
Senator Robinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that the Senate pass this conference report. The bill states that whenever economic development incentives are sought, that a private business should allow its employees to vote by secret ballot, whether they choose to have a union or not. It's not exempting the union from that company. It just says that the employees shall have the right to have a secret ballot. So, Mr. President, if there are no other questions, I move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no other questions, the motion is to have by use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Senator Bryan objects. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingame. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Rhodes. Robinson.
Aye.
Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barrett. Brumfield. Butler, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, Fillingham, Harkins, Hobson, Hobson, okay, Hickman, Hobson, Horn, Rhodes, Seymour, Tate, which one? Which one, man? Sparks voted aye. Yes. Okay, I think we got it now. Voting yes or yay? Berry, Blackwell, Boyd, DeBar, Delano, England, Harkins, Hill, Johnson, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McClendon, Michelle, Parker, Parks, Polk, Robinson, Seymour, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger.
Senator Suber, for what purpose, sir? I'm sorry, I thought he'd call a nose.
Voting no or nay. Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blunt, Bryan, Fillingham, Frazier, Hickman, Jackson, Jordan, McMahon, Norwood, Senator of the 12th, Senator of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford.
Okay, Senator Suber.
To the vote.
Please proceed.
I'd like to announce a pair.
Please proceed.
Senator Brumfield was here. He would vote no. I vote aye.
Brumfield, Suber, pair. Senator Thompson.
But, Mr. President,
Please
to the vote.
Please proceed, Senator.
To announce a pair, if Senator Horn was here, he would vote no, and I would vote aye.
Pair, Thompson, Horn. Senator Chisholm.
To the vote.
Yes, ma'am.
If Senator Horn were here, he would vote no, and I vote aye. That's what.
Yeah, Senator Thompson already did that. He doesn't get but one vote. I'm sorry.
Butler, okay, announce another pair.
All right.
I think they got us mixed up.
Okay.
If Senator Butler were here, he would vote no, and I vote aye.
Pair, Chisholm, and Butler. Senator Simmons, D.
To the vote, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
If Senator Joel Carter was here, he'll vote aye. I vote no.
Pair, Simmons, Carter. Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you, Senators. One moment.
Not quite.
Somebody, I didn't mark that. Somebody. Okay, Susan voted yes. That's 26. 26, what's that? 26, 15. Okay. Good.
Vote of 26 to 15, the bill passes. We go to Senator Wiggins. Thank you, Senator Robinson. Senator Wiggins. We're on 84, sir.
Go to item 84, call that up, ask the title be
Mr.
read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2886, Mississippi Domestic Violence Fatality Review Team Law Enact.
My motion is that we adopt the conference report, and Mr. President, I'd be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you. This is the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Law, and the House receded from its amendment, and so it's the Senate bill. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Move adoption on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Use of morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present. Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Go to the general calendar. Before we go to the general calendar, is there anyone who wishes to bring up a bill? Senator Parker, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request unanimous consent to go back. Item 44, House Bill 924.
One moment, please. Senate, that is on page 6. Objections? Seeing no objection is granted. Senator Parker.
Request the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Bill 44. House Bill 924, Creating Logic for Efficiency and Accountability Clear Act create.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask that we adopt the conference report and be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the conference report, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you recall, on Saturday here, we adopted this bill. This is a peer bill again. Over the weekend, we had some interactions. We learned that the governor had vetoed the Medicaid tech bill. We also learned today that Senator Blackwell took up Senate Bill 2386 with some changes to the Medicaid tech bill. That bill and the other bill made us kind of conclude with my counterpart on the other side that it would be best to just completely remove any and all references to the Medicaid code section within the bill. So this is the same bill we passed Saturday, except that the non-emergency transportation, along with any and all code sections regarding Medicaid at all, be removed. I know the governor's had some objections to some issues there, and this lets this bill hopefully move forward without any impact from the Medicaid code section being open in the bill. So yield for questions.
Questions? Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Will you yield for a question, Senator Parker?
Absolutely.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Senator Parker. So what's still in it is the Mental Health Task Force
Yes.
and the peer. Can you
Yes.
kind of, the peer stuff, the subpoenas on peer, Medicaid Task Force, and what else?
So the review of the state agency rules,
Okay.
the prison work release adjustments for reporting in the corrections, the mental health task force recommendations, the peer subpoena enforcement, and a study on self-insurance for state property. If you recall, on Saturday, you had questions about the subpoena enforcement and how that would happen. So I went and got information on that. If there was a violation of the subpoena, that would go to the court of proper jurisdiction, either the Chancery or Circuit Court. They would then be able to rule if the party was in contempt. And if they did rule that there was contempt, that would be a misdemeanor, which would be subject to either 6 months or $1,000 in fines.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator?
Move adoption of the conference report by the morning roll call.
There you go. By the use of the morning roll call, anyone object to that procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, passes by use of the morning roll call. Anyone else? Anyone else? Please go over past the general. One moment, please. I'll give you the page number. We get to the general bills. General bills were Senator DeBar, pass and retain. 85, 86, 87. Senator Thompson. Senator Thompson is recognized. We're on 88.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to take up items 88 and 89 in block.
88 and 89 in block, Senate. Seeing no objection, granted. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call those items up and have the titles read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Senate nomination number 43, Cam McKay, Cam Roberts, Ocean Spring, Mississippi, Mississippi Advisory Commission on Marine Resources as a recreational sports fisherman representative, 4-year term effective July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2028. Senate nomination number 75, Matthew Bowen Mayfield, Ocean Springs, Mississippi, Mississippi Advisory Commission on Marine Resources, remainder of a 4-year term effective July 8, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2026, representing the commercial fishermen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, both of these appointments came before the Senate Ports Marine Resources Committee. Both gentlemen have been serving on the Mississippi Advisory Commission for Marine Resources for several months. I know both of them. Both of their peer reports came back without any derogatory information, and the Senate Ports Marine Resources Committee had moved to advise that we do advise and consent, and that's my motion here if there aren't any questions.
Questions on the nominees? Questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready on your motion.
Motion is to advise and consent on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Close voting, no. Present. Advise and consent is granted for Mr. Mayfield and Mr. Roberts.
Thank you. And Mr. President, if I may, that concludes the Senate Port and Marine Resources Committee's work for this session. I'd like to extend thanks to the members of the committee as well as to our ever-patient committee attorney, Mr. Bob Davidson, and our committee assistant, Ms. Shelby Britt. Thank you.
Senator Blunt. Senator Blunt's recognized. Senate, we're on 90.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 90, Senate nomination number 74, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 74, Kent Gerard, Kent Nicod, Pass Christian, Mississippi, Gaming Commission, 4-year term effective October 1st, 2025 and ending September 30th, 2029.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion would be the Senate do advise and consent in the nomination of Mr. Nico, and I'd like to be recognized to briefly explain.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. This is a renomination from the governor to the 3-member Gaming Commission. The background reports conducted by peer for these appointments are probably the most extensive of any nomination made. The background report came back. The committee had the opportunity to review that. Mr. Nico, even though this is a renomination, came in person before the committee and answered any questions to the committee's satisfaction. He was recommended by the committee unanimously, and I'll be happy to answer any questions about his nomination to serve on the Gaming Commission. If there are no questions, Mr. President, I would move that we do advise and consent by use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the nominee? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Close voting, no. Present? Seeing none, Mr. Nico is confirmed. Advise and consent granted. Gaming Commission, Senator Younger.
Yes, Mr. President, I would like to call up items 91 and 92 and take them up in block and have the title be read.
91 and 92 in block, Senate. Seeing no objection, granted. Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Senate nomination number 48, James E. Surratti, Greenville, Mississippi, Mississippi Motor Vehicle Commission, 7-year term effective July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2031, representing 2nd Congressional District. Senate nomination number 69, David Shane Livingston, Bogue Mississippi, Appeals Board of the Mississippi Transportation Commission, remainder of a 4-year term effective February 3rd, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2028, Vice David Wansley.
We took both of these nominations up in committee and both checked out through the peer report. Mr. Sereni James Sereni was appointed to the Mississippi Motor Vehicle Commission, and Mr. Livingston is appointed to the Appeals Board of the Mississippi Transportation Committee. Both checked out through the peer, no derogatory things against them, and do advise and consent.
Questions? Anything else? Seeing no questions, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
And I would like to thank everybody for, this is the last of the Highway Committee, Transportation Committee, and I would like to especially thank Ms. Deborah Stamps and Ben Fritz for helping me with it. And please, next year, we might not do any memorial highways next year. We need to think of y'all help me think of some way to remember people in a special way besides putting another sign on the highway, because that really does cost us when we can be spending it on the highways instead of the MDOT having to dodge to weed eat and to bush hog around the signs. So let's think of something.
Senator, we need your motion on adopting these two.
Oh, I'm sorry. I make the motion to adopt. I'm sorry.
By use of the morning roll call?
Yes, use of morning roll call.
Anyone object to procedure?
Advise and consent. Yeah.
Anybody object to the procedure? Mr. Court is voting no. President? Advise and consent is granted. Mr. Sereni, Mr. Livingston? Senator Hawkins, for what purpose, sir? One moment. Let's put it on the screen. One moment. Question unanimous consent to return to the calendar for Senate Bill 2802. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hawkins, you're recognized.
Thank you. My motion is unanimous consent on 2802, the bill we just did earlier on the fire trucks. There's on line 133, delete the word with and insert in lieu thereof and on line 133 and 134, delete to be paid and insert in lieu thereof, and the fund shall be paid annually. This is a effort that to get the money out to the fire districts and the three different categories that we had. The money was informed that sometimes it sits in the fund over a year. What we want to do is push this money out to these local fire entities, and so that's why the change in the language to in the fund shall be paid annually, meaning it'll get the money out annually. So that's the explanation of the unanimous consent.
Questions? Seeing none, Senator.
Ask for unanimous consent to make those changes.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Senator Bryan, pass and retain. Anyone else? Senator Delano.
Mr. President, I'd like to bring up item number 98, Senate nomination number 67 and 99, Senate confirmation or nomination number 98 in block, and have the title read, please.
One moment, please. 98 and 99. Sorry, after I hit Senator Bryan, I missed the last page, Senator Delano. I'm sorry. 98 and 99 in block, Senator. Seeing no objection is granted. Please proceed, Senator Delano.
I need the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 67, Dr. Craig P. Orgeron, Madison, Mississippi, Executive Director of the Mississippi Department of Information Technology Services, term effective July 1st, 2024. Senate nomination number 98, Mark Edsel Henderson, Keone, Mississippi, Information Technology Services Authority, 5-year term beginning January 21st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2029.
Mr. President, my motion is to do advise and consent and be recognized to explain. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dr. Craig Orgeron, who is the Executive Director of ITS. He is not new to our agency, but this is a new confirmation. He did have a break of service. And then Mark Henderson is Mark Henderson is a reconfirmation. He has served on the board for at least one other term. Both came before the committee. Both had clear background checks, and there were no derogatory informations for either one. Both of these gentlemen have done great service for the state of Mississippi in their capacities. I will yield for any questions. If not, I'll move for a due advise and consent on the morning roll call.
Okay, questions on the nominees? Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. We object, which records voting no. Present? Seeing none, nominees are given advise and consent by use of the morning roll call. Senator Polk, we're on number 100.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and take up item number 100 and 101 in block.
100 and 101 in block. Objections? Seeing none, Senator Polk, you're recognized. Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Senate nomination number 19, Hunter Lloyd Fordyce, Vicksburg, Mississippi State Board of Contractors as Road Contractor Representative, 5-year term beginning July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2029. Senate nomination number 20, Gregory T. Greg Smith, Gulfport, Mississippi State Board of Contractors as a Residential Building Representative, 5-year term effective July 3rd, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2029.
Mr. President, I'd like you to recognize Senator McMahon to explain the nominations.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Fordyce and Mr. Smith both were presented to the committee. The committee's will was to advise and consent, so I'm here to present that to you today. Both are residents of the state of Mississippi, meet all the qualifications, and they have completed their statement of economic interest. And I yield for any questions.
Questions on the two nominees? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
My motion is that we do advise and consent by the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. For advising consent, anyone object? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, both individuals are given advise and consent pursuant to the morning roll call. Mr. Fordyce and Mr. Smith. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and take up item number 102 through 106 in block.
102 through 106, Senate. Please take a moment. Objections? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Senate nomination number 36, James Joseph Brantley, Brandon, Mississippi. Mississippi Home Inspector Regulatory Board, initial 3-year term effective August 9, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2027, representing the state at large. Senate nomination number 37, James Stanley Stan McKay Sr., Oxford, Mississippi. Mississippi Home Inspector Regulatory Board, initial 1-year term effective August 9, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2025, representing the 1st Congressional District. Senate nomination number 38, John Stanley Stan McKay Sr., Oxford, Mississippi. Mississippi Home Inspector Regulatory Board, 4-year term effective July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2029, representing the 1st Congressional District. Senate nomination number 39, Charles Martin Marty Pygott, Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Mississippi Home Inspector Regulatory Board, initial 3-year term effective August 9th, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2027, representing the 4th Congressional District. Senate nomination number 40, Gary Nelson Smith, Regional, Mississippi. Mississippi Home Inspector Regulatory Board, initial 2-year term effective August 9, 2024 and ending June 30, 2026, representing the 3rd Congressional District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to have you recognize Senator McMahon to explain the nominations.
Please proceed, Senator McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Each of these individuals came before the committee. Questions were asked. All are qualified electorates of the state of Mississippi, residents of the state of Mississippi, and the committee's will was to advise and consent. Therefore, my motion will be to advise and consent, but I yield for any questions.
Questions on the nominees? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready on your motion.
My motion will be that we do advise and consent by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, advise and consent is granted on all based on the use of the morning roll call. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and take up item 107 and 108 in block.
107 and 108 in block, Senate. Seeing no objection, granted. Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Senate nomination number 92, John and Nick Crutcher, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, Mississippi Real Estate Appraisal License and Certification Board, 4-year term effective February 3rd, 2025 and ending December 31st, 2028. Senate nomination number 102, Frank Barr Biggs Jr., MAL, Madison, Mississippi, Mississippi Real Estate Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board to represent the 3rd Congressional District, remain of a 4-year term effective February 4th, 2025 and ending December 31st, 2026.
Mr. President, I'd like you to recognize Senator McMahon to explain the nominations.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized to explain nominations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Each of these individuals became before the committee. They are all qualified electorates and residents of the state of Mississippi. There were no negative peer reports. Each of them have completed their statement of economic interest, which was a question at the time, but that has been completed. And my motion will be, was what the will of the committee was, that we do advise and consent. I yield for any questions.
Questions on the nominees? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
My motion is that we do advise and consent based on the morning roll call.
Advise and consent based on the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Of course, voting no. Present. 2 individuals are granted advise and consent by use of the morning roll call. Senator Pope.
I'd like to pass over 109 and 110 for that.
109 and 110 retain their place on the calendar. Going back to the calendar, thank you, Senator Pope, Senator McMahon, for your work. Going back to the calendar. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. Announcements. We'll go to announcements, please. Senator Bryan.
Public Health will not meet this afternoon.
Public Health will not meet this afternoon. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item number 59, House Bill 1502, on a motion to reconsider.
1502 on a motion to reconsider. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item 78, Senate Bill 2573, on a motion to reconsider, please.
78, 2553 on a motion to reconsider, Mr. Clerk. Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to be added as co-author to item number 79, Senate Bill 2654.
So no objection is granted. Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to hold item number 65, Senate Bill 2190, on a motion to reconsider. I'd also like to hold item number 59, House Bill 1502, on a motion to reconsider.
Both of those, Mr. Clerk. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item number 73, Senate Bill number 2386, on a motion to reconsider.
2386, Mr. Clerk. To the chairman on each of these. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item number 40 on today's calendar, House Bill 811.
40, Mr. Clerk. To the chairman, Senator Suber.
Announcement.
Please proceed.
Tomorrow morning at 9:30 in room 210, Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks will have a committee meeting for one nomination.
Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks, Mr. Clerk, 210. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item number 79 on today's calendar, on a motion to reconsider.
79, motion to reconsider, Mr. Clerk. What was the bill number, Senator Tate?
2654.
Thank you, 2654. Thank you, Senator Tate. All right, anyone else on the announcements? Anyone else? Okay, so we have a busy day tomorrow. For example, we have all the motions to reconsider to address. We also have judicial redistricting tomorrow. I'd encourage you to be very observant of that. Senator Wiggins has worked exceptionally hard on that, and there will be a good time for everybody to review the maps and look at the judicial redistricting. We also have several other significant pieces of legislation to address in the morning. So we will begin with Senator Blackwell's motion here, and we'll look forward to working through the issues we have tomorrow. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess till the last conference report is filed, at which point the journal will reflect we're adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You stand adjourned.